Pas de soleil, 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 pas de soleil.
Good morning, colleagues, and welcome to the special budget meeting of West Lothian Council. I'm Councillor Cathy Muldoon, the Provost and Chair of today's meeting. The meeting is being broadcast live over the internet on the Council's YouTube channel, and a recording of the meeting will be available through the Council's website afterwards. I am being assisted today by Graham Hope, the Council's Chief Executive, by Leslie Montague, the Governance Manager, and by officers from Committee and IT Services. The meeting is taking place under hybrid arrangements. That means that elected members and council officers can take part either by being here in the council chamber or by an internet connection from somewhere else. When members wish to speak, they click a button that sends an alert to myself and the officers helping me run the meeting. These requests go into a queue and microphones are activated in turn to let them be heard. When members are authorised to speak, their faces will appear on screen. There is more information, including a privacy statement about meeting arrangements, on the Council's website. Members should please remember that everything they say while their microphones are live will be broadcast and recorded. An agenda has been published showing the business for today's meeting. Colleagues, although it is a special meeting and it's taken place to make sure some of the Council's important annual budget setting decisions, the usual rules apply on the running of the meeting. Decisions are made by considering motions and amendments put forward by members. They will be dealt with in accordance with the Council's standing orders. The meeting will be paused for a short period of time to allow motions and amendments to be circulated and read by members. I may adjourn the meeting for a reasonable period of time to allow motions and amendments to be considered. That may particularly be the case where motions and amendments are long and complex. Councillors might leave the meeting where they have declared interest that prevent them from taking part. There will be a pause if this happens. Colleagues, I intend to adjourn the meeting briefly every 2 hours or so at suitable points for comfort breaks, and I will announce when that is going to happen. As always, members are asked to be polite, respectful and patient. I remind members that there are rules and our standing orders about conduct in the chamber. Members must respect and behave courteously towards everyone taking part in the meeting. Colleagues, and this includes members and council officers. Members must respect my authority as chair of the meeting, and when I am speaking, anyone else speaking must stop. Finally, when a member is speaking, no one should be talking or doing anything which is disruptive to the member speaking. Again, colleagues, that also applies to our council officers. Apologies for absence. Colleagues, do we have any apologies for absence? Val?
Thank you, Provost. I'm not in receipt of any apologies this morning, but I can confirm that 2 members have yet to join us, they being Councillors McLennan and Heggie, and 2 members have joined us online, Provost, they being Councillor Pearson and Councillor de Bold. Thank you.
So, sorry, you says Councillor Heggie and
Councillor McLennan has yet to join us.
Okay. Damien, I'll just come to you in 2 seconds. I notice your light's on. Okay. In fact, I'll come just now. Damien?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Provost. It was just let you know that Councillor Heggie will be joining us, but will be a little bit delayed because of a hospital appointment.
That's lovely. Thank you. And just going to check. Councillor Pearson, good morning. Can you hear me?
Morning, Provost. How are you?
Morning, Councillor Pearson. Good morning to Councillor de Bold. Councillor de Bold, can you hear me?
Morning, Provost.
Morning, Robert. Colleagues, can I just advise, as always, if you are linking up online and you do lose a connection, can you please contact either a member of committee services or, even better, a member of your group who will then be able to alert myself that there is an issue with the connection. Thank you. Colleagues, that takes us to declarations of interest. Is there any declarations of interest? Councillor Clark, followed by Councillor Miller. Pauline?
It's just a transparency statement that I work for Angela Constance in her constituency office, MSP.
Thank you. Andrew Miller? Councillor Miller?
Thanks, Provost. Similarly, a transparency statement. I am Chair of Firefly Arts and a trustee at the Venue and Amman Valley Heritage Trust. Thank
you. Councillor Macaulay, followed by Councillor McMillan, followed by Councillor Macaulay, I'll take you first, followed by Councillor McMillan. Maria?
It's the same as Pauline, a transparency statement. I work for Angela Constance in her constituency office.
Thank you. Councillor McMillan, Anne?
Yes, Provost, transparency statement. I'm employed by Kirstine Sullivan, Member of Parliament for Bathgate and Linlithgow. Thank you.
Thank you. And now move on to Councillor Kenna, followed by Councillor Logue. Linda?
Transparency statement, Provost, that I'm a trustee of Mood Project.
Thank you. Councillor Logue. Danny?
Transparency statement, I'm an NHS employee.
Thank you. Councillor... Sorry, did we get that one from Councillor Logue? We did, yep. Councillor Campbell, followed by Councillors Angela John and Timson. Janet?
Thank you, Provost. It's again a transparency statement. I'm on the board of Winchborough Albion Youth Football Club and I'm a committee member of Broxburn Gala Committee.
Thank you. And finally, Councillor Angela John Timson, followed by Councillor Maguire.
Thank you, Provost. It's just to let you know that I have a connection at the Grapevine. I'm a member of the Grapevine Association, but it will not stop me from participating in this meeting. Thank you.
Is that a connection or is it a connection? Yeah.
Yeah, it's connection.
Okay, and Councillor Maguire.
Thanks, Provost. It's just a transparency statement that I'm the Treasurer of Armadale Children's Gala Day Committee.
That's lovely, thank you. Angela, I was just checking whether it was a connection or a transparency statement. Okay, no problem. Okay, is there any further declarations of interest? Thank you. Colleagues, that takes us to item 3, which is order of business. Colleagues, as you'll see from the agenda, we have had 2 deputation requests that are on the agenda. These are requests by Andrew Carr on behalf of the National Day Nurseries Association, and we've also had a request by Joanna Lebert-Francis on behalf of Little Bugs Outdoor Nursery. After the agenda had been issued, a further 2 deputation requests had been received, which do not appear on the agenda. We have a request by Lynn Howie, a childminder, regarding cross-border funding, and we also have a request from Sharon Fairley in relation to regarding cross-border funding. Also, I don't think I mentioned that Andrew Carr, his deputation request is also regarding cross-border funding. Colleagues, first of all, can I ask if Council would like to hear the deputation? I take that as an agreed. Thank you. Colleagues, it is my intention to take all the deputations together. We will explain the process. It just saves one at a time. Also, I have to advise that I understand that Lynn Howie will be joining us online. I'll just get confirmation from Val that Lynn Howie is online. Okay. Good morning, Lynn. It's Councillor Cathy Muldoon here, Provost, West Lothian Council. Can you confirm that you can hear me, please?
Yeah, I can confirm I can hear you.
Lovely, Lynn. Thank you. Okay. That is our running order. I would now ask that Andrew, Joanna and Sharon make their way to the seats at the front of the inner circle. Once you have settled, I will explain the process which follows the council standing orders. Okay, good morning again and welcome. I'm going to explain the process to the deputation and what it means for yourselves. But first of all, I'm going to ask our committee services, Val, just to explain the voting process, the mics and so forth. Has that been explained to you?
Thank you, Provost. I can confirm that I've spoken to all the deputations and I've explained how the system works, so hopefully they're good to go.
Thank you, thank you. Okay, before I bring in, I'll just explain what we have. You will each have 5 minutes each to speak in relation to the issue that you're here regarding the cross-border funding. After your 5 minutes, which will be timed, I will give you an update 30 seconds before, and I will ask you to please sum up, okay? After that, it will be questions from members to yourselves, okay? There'll be no questions to officers, understanding orders. It will be questions to yourself. If members do have any questions, I'm sure they can ask officers during the budget report when we discuss the report. After colleagues have finished with questions, you will then each have 2 minutes to sum up. Do we have any questions on that? No. If I could just check. Lynn, did you catch all that and understand the processes?
I did, yes.
Lovely, thank you. Okay, so I'm unsure if we want to do it just as the agenda, which would be Andrew followed by Joanna, and then maybe we'll go to Sharon, and then, we will have Lynn. So Andrew, just when you're ready, you'll have 5 minutes, okay? Thank you.
Thank you. Before Council today is a proposal to limit childcare choices for working families. A direct attack on private and voluntary providers in West Lothian, we are the named target, that has the potential to cause collateral damage across Scotland by confirming that any local authority can disregard Scottish Government operating guidance, Funding Follows the Child, which states the choice of setting available to families is not restricted to their own local authority boundary. Those childcare choices should be provider neutral, something which the PDSP was told has been our policy up to now, a phrasing which at least recognises that this proposal would abandon that principle and make childcare choices unequal. Funding Follows the Child and provider neutrality support an ecosystem of ELC provision that meets both the scale and diversity of childcare needs across Scotland. For their part, PVI settings and childminders answer a granularity of different circumstances that the state cannot, certainly not without attracting egregious costs. This proposal would see West Lothian Council deciding for families whether or not siblings can attend the same setting. It would see West Lothian Council deciding for families when someone can return from maternity leave. It would see West Lothian Council deciding for families which setting is best for their child. It would see West Lothian Council telling working parents whether they can or cannot take that extra shift. It would see West Lothian Council drawing its own boundary across a national project, a nationally funded project, and declaring its own interests as more important than those of children and families across Scotland. The only possible excuse for taking such a selfish action would be the wheels would come off the bus if we didn't do it. Then and only then, a carefully costed, carefully weighed decision could be defensible. So then, this proposal presents a saving of £700,000. A number arrived at by multiplying the cost of provision in a PVI setting by the number of children who would be affected. At that time, 81, and now 103. This number is a simple total cost saving, a saving which would be operationally impossible because cross-boundary provision would have to continue in public settings. That reality has not been visibly costed in this proposal. Reciprocal measures noted in the report would presumably lead to a situation in which children from West Lothian, who currently attend settings in Falkirk and North Lanarkshire, would be turned away and would need to take up places within West Lothian. This reality has not been visibly costed in this proposal. The impact assessment reassures us that there will be no impact on any group, not single-parent families, not people who work shifts or zero-hour contracts, and not, to quote the assessment directly, people who pregnant. It tacitly assures us that there are 103 staffed, resourced, but currently vacant ELC places, all of which are fortuitously in the right location, offer the right provision model, and exist in settings that offer parents the chance to buy extra hours. Presumably then, there are also 103 very careless families who failed to notice all of this. There aren't, of course. Nor is there intrinsic financial merit in coming after a PVI sector which delivers provision to the same national standard at far less cost. In 23-24, West Lothian Council was given £9,729 per child by the Scottish Government. In that same year, West Lothian reported a per pupil ELC spend of £9,594. PVI providers were paid £7,410 by West Lothian Council to deliver 1,140 hours of ELC. That's £2,184 less than the reported per pupil spend. This is money that is given to West Lothian Council in part for cross-boundary children. The annual ELC census that you do counts funded small people in settings. It doesn't care what postcode they come from. And that number goes back to the Scottish Government along with an NRS population estimate, which is combined at a 50-50 ratio, used to drive the main element of grant-aided expenditure allocations. West Lothian is getting money from ScotGov for these children. North Lanarkshire is not conspiring to send her young across our borders so that they may enjoy funded childcare at our expense. Funding follows the child happens right
30
now.
seconds.
The problem this proposal seems to have is that those children and their families are choosing to go to a place that is inconvenient for West Lothian Council. And that choice is what this proposal seeks to legislate today. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Joanna, do you want to go next, or Sharon? Joanna, again, you have 5 minutes, okay? And I will let you know when it's 30 seconds. Thank you. Joanna?
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I'm going to tell you our family's story and urge you strongly not to stop cross-border funding. Our story begins like many young families. We had both our babies living in a tenement flat in Edinburgh city centre. We signed up for nursery when we were still pregnant, first trimester even. Places were so sparse. Then we decided we needed more space, so we moved out of the city to South Queensferry. We realised 3 things very early on. The first being that it was nice to be able to afford a bedroom per child. The second being that the commute into town was terrible. And the third being that there was no good childcare options for us. We eventually got our boys into a nursery in Newbridge called Claylands. It was about a 40-minute round trip on a good day. But this was the only viable option. Our research found no obvious settings. We looked to Fife and West Lothian before we considered going into town. It was all problematic. In summer of 2024, as you know, Edinburgh City Council decided to stop cross-border funding. Our nursery closed with 4 days' notice. This is the reality of council decisions. Despite attempts at gradual rollouts, private business ultimately chooses when to close its doors. They were in Edinburgh, but on the boundary. The earth shifted when we read the email. We both had full-time work. The boys were settled and thriving, and our 3-year-old in particular had made very close friends. Edinburgh City Council had accepted some responsibility here for the closure, and so they were actively trying to find us options for a new setting. It became very clear very early on that everything they were suggesting was unworkable. They had, frankly, nothing to offer us. Absolute panic ensued, but luckily for us, we found little bugs in West Lothian. It was really close to South Queensferry, closer than any Edinburgh City Council setting. It only accepted children from 2 years old, so our 3-year-old joined straight away. Our 1-year-old had a month at home with no childcare before he turned 2 and could join. We were lucky it was only a month. I cannot stress how lucky we were. It could have been so much worse. The impact on our family was huge. The upset to our jobs meant that 3 days before his second birthday, the resulting disruption led to my husband being fired. He was dismissed from his job. We lost our family's main salary and our family car. At such a disruptive time, we held it together, and her son joined his brother at Littlebugs. So it had been a developmentally really bad age for him to be at home for a month and out of the nursery routine. The impact on him alone was huge. But what we found at Littlebugs was truly special. The Forest School became not only a childcare provider, but an identity for our boys and our family. A childcare setting like Littlebugs is magical, so healthy, nurturing and regulating. We've gotten through 2 winters now without any bugs or illnesses. It's unheard of. Their Littlebugs' muddy identity has now become so strong that our friends and family affectionately call them the Mud Boys. This is not just a childcare setting, this is belonging. We have had our eldest now in P1 attend the flexi school at Littlebugs, mainly for the continued emotional regulation. Families should be able to send their child to any nursery. This is why funding follows the child. It's the child's funding. A specific setting might be essential for a neurodivergent child, or might be needed for emotional regulation, such as a forest school. Excuse me. Families have needs and ethoses which are not catered for by council settings. If there's one thing I want you to hear today, it is that working parents need year-round 8 till 6 nursery in order to work. Edinburgh Council's decision was dishonourable, selfish and a lazy grasp at making savings. It had a huge impact on boundary towns such as South Queensferry, of which there are a lot in West Lothian. This cannot be your intention. We were Edinburgh residents and we were hit so hard. Your decision will have the same impact on West Lothian families who will be confused and feel like they were not consulted or given fair warning when other local authorities stopped their funding.
30 seconds, Joanna.
Thank you. An FOI showed that on paper the savings made by Edinburgh was as little as £36,000. This was the same amount that my own family lost in income. The impact on working parents can't be overstated. It will affect working mothers the most. We need reliable childcare, local meaning closest. Particularly mothers will be disadvantaged by these decisions.
Let's get you sum up, please, Joanna. That's just your 5 minutes.
I beg you, do not make this decision. Do not make council budgets a problem for our 2, 3, 4-year-old children and hardworking parents. Please don't take away my little Freddie's mud.
Thank you. Thank you. Sharon, just over to yourself now. Sharon, you have 5 minutes. Thank you.
Good morning and thank you for allowing this deputation. I own 4 nurseries and also founder of Scottish Early Years Association. We remain deeply concerned that the decision before you appears to prioritise the financial deficit of West Lothian Council rather than the children and families where early learning and childcare exists to support children, their development, along with the wider local economy which depends on parents and carers being able to work and study. This was a strategy previously tried where West Lothian Council faced a procurement legal challenge in relation to its partner provider arrangements. Thankfully, this was overturned, yet at a cost to us as providers. You may also be aware that the outcome of a procurement-related case involving Edinburgh Council is currently pending. These matters demonstrate that decisions in this area carry real and significant legal consequences. No one can deny the challenges that 1140 has created for the sector, and we understand the pressures facing the council. However, as partners, we already receive a lower share of the funding, with the council retaining a larger proportion. There is also no additional funding passed on to us as providers to support children with additional support needs. We have also previously asked why the council does not employ apprentices, creating valuable opportunities for young people while also being a cost-effective solution. There is a substantial legal risk impending in the decision currently under consideration, and if this proceeds, we will have no choice but to seek a legal remedy. Firstly, the council appears to be relying on financial analysis that may be uncertain or inaccurate. This happened within Edinburgh Council, where the deficit claimed was inaccurate. They claimed they were funding 174 families out with Edinburgh, yet 140 families from Edinburgh were attending other councils. Does West Lothian Council have the split themselves of knowing how many children are attending settings out with West Lothian, yet they still receive and retain the funding for those children? There has been insufficient consultation with families and partner providers, and there appears to have been no adequate impact assessment. This raises serious questions about due process and the robustness of the decision-making framework. Secondly, the proposal contradicts the statutory guidance underpinning the legislation, which is clear in its principle: funding follows the child. This proposal restricts that movement and directly undermines parental choice, a right explicitly protected in the guidance. Thirdly, are the families going to be offered placements within West Lothian Council settings, as happened in Edinburgh? If so, the Council must ensure it is not unfairly prioritising its own services by shaping policy in a way that restricts or weakens the private and third sector providers. In addition to procurement and subsidy control considerations, competition law principles must also be respected. It must not discriminate between providers. By restricting entitlement in the way proposed, the Council risks distorting what is a competitive childcare market. Finally, without full transparency, accurate financial modelling, meaningful consultation and a commitment to ensuring funding genuinely follows the child, the Council risks failing not only in legal compliance but in governance standards. This includes adherence to the Nolan principles and the statutory duty to secure best value. We are now only weeks away from an election. For some time, we have advocated for an alternative approach, placing early years funding directly into a childcare account, similar to a tax-free credit account, including funding for younger children. Therefore, this would be removing the Council from direct control of distribution of the funding. If such a model was to be introduced and the Council no longer administered or retained these funds, what position would that place this Council in? How would this alter this debate? Before any decision is taken, we respectfully ask that every elected member satisfies themselves fully and independently that their vote is financially sound, legally robust and defensible in the interest of children, families, the wider community and the businesses that this will impact. This decision carries long-term consequences. And
30 seconds, Sharon.
Thank you. We ask that it is taken with clarity, confidence and full awareness of the risks involved. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Sharon. I'm now going to go over to Lynn. Morning, Lynn, again. Hi there. Lynn, you've got 5 minutes, okay?
Thank you. Firstly, I'd like to thank you for allowing me to join remotely today. The day before Council, I'd like to discuss the proposal of removing cross-boundary funding for partnership providers, then presenting myself today as a childminder and current partnership provider. My childminding setting is a rural setting based directly between the lines of Falkirk and West Lothian, North Lanarkshire being less than 5 miles away. Having residing in West Lothian myself and having an FK postcode demonstrates the difficulty when deciding boundary lines. As a childminder with multiple assistants, we care for over 80 children per week with a maximum of 54 per day. My setting is a preferred ELC funded provider for 20 families, 3 of which access cross-boundary funding. All 3 of those families who access cross-boundary funding are employees within West Lothian Council's own education department. I'd like to bring to your attention that the reason they did this was to access funding follows the child in its true and original form. I'd also like today to bring to attention that when working out the saving costs, West Lothian Council provided a partnership provider rate which they don't pay childminders. There is a significant gap in the payment between childminders and partnership providers, which won't deliver the exact costs, making childminding the cheapest option as a partnership provider. The reasons that the families gave when consultation happened within my setting was that childcare is thought about long before you receive your letter for 2 to 3 year olds starting nursery. These decisions are made before many children are even born. Families choosing to put their children in partnership providers where their children can grow from babies right the way up to accessing school. They also highlighted that local authority nurseries do not offer flexibility for working families when both parents are working. They also said that they wish for their children to to attend a setting where they could be together from 0 to 12 years and beyond. Most parents condense their working hours to spend time with their own children and family, choosing to work longer days and have more time together. West Lothian Council currently don't offer any comparison with allowing families to make decisions regarding their working hours. I therefore question if there's a further motive to make it impossible for all children to access their funding entitlement to save yet more money by imposing further restrictions. Reflecting on the integrated assessment carried out by West Lothian Council, it indicates that the proposal of removing partnership providers does not impact the rights of the children. Yet, from previous correspondence, there doesn't seem to be any children's rights impact assessment being carried out to the best of my knowledge. I would also like to highlight that families currently using cross-boundary funding within my setting have not been contacted for consultation. The families, when I consulted with them, said that they would not directly choose to move their children to a local authority nursery within West Lothian. Instead, they'd look at making family sacrifices by reducing working hours or potentially giving up the professional care entirely. These children have been in my care for many years, where they built bonds, thrive and have siblings. My childminding setting allows for freedom of vast outdoors play and learning, as well as supporting families as a whole, not just a 2 to 5 year provision. From this, I'd also like to bring to your attention how these changes will directly impact working families, inadvertently supporting gender inequality by not allowing both parents equal opportunities to thrive in their working role, as one parent will always have to sacrifice for childcare. As a childminder myself, an employer of 9 staff, I'd also like to highlight the burden this would financially place on my setting. A setting that has provisions for, like all private providers, to care for families and children of all age childcare, not just allowing for a budget to be cut for 2 to 5 years. By making these changes, West Lothian Council are compromising not just ELC funded places with partnership providers and childminders, but also for school-age children. Realistically, parents cannot be expected to travel cross-boundary to collect children from multiple settings and still access employment. My setting, if impacted, would not just be a few children leaving the setting. This may be multiple children across all age groups. West Lothian must consider then, if my own setting was to be removed, that this is not just the
30 seconds, Lynn.
But this would be 80 children, therefore looking for a childcare placement.
Thank you. Thanks. And I'd just like to say thank you. I'm now going to open it up for questions from members. If they have any questions to Andrew, Joanna or Lynn. Colleagues, if you do have any questions, could you please let me know who your question is to? It would help us for the person to answer the question. Colleagues, any questions to our deputations? Councillor Clark, Pauline?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I've scribbled quite a lot of notes here, so I'm just looking for the couple of questions I'd written down. I think the first one I'd written down, I think it was Andrew. Andrew. And you said that there was, this situation's going to be inconvenient for West Lothian Council. I think that's what you said. What does that mean? Can you expand on that, please?
Well, clearly, if the problem, the issue here is not that the funding isn't flowing with these children. The funding does flow with these children. They're reported within the census of the delivering local authority. And that constitutes half of the client basis for the major category of GAE calculations. The other half of that is an NRS population estimate. And any possible underspend could only occur where there is an imbalance between the number of children going out and the number of children coming in, and would also have to account for the fact that any undelivered ELC, because West Lothian does have an ELC delivery uptake of 93%, so that 7% is not clawed back by the central government either, precisely to enable the facilitation of things like cross-boundary ELC. So I can see no financial reason to do this. I don't think the funding is the problem here. I think perhaps the motivation is that instead of paying £7,410 to a partner provider, West Lothian Council would for some reason rather see all of that money go into its own settings, because as I say, apparently there are 103 vacant places ready to go which have a universal and forever right to exist and need to have children stuffed into those settings to support them, which I don't think is what Funding Follows the Child is all about.
Thank you. Councillor Stafford, Pauline.
Thanks, Provost. Yeah, I've got a few questions, I think, for Andrew first as well. Just the members that you represent, Andrew, I'm just wondering, could you give us an idea of what sort of capacity those members are operating at, if you're allowed to share that information, and what sort of percentage of cross-boundary places do they hold? And was there any impact on your members after Edinburgh took their decision?
Yes, well, there was substantial impact on members and families, of course, in Edinburgh after the decision to cessate cross-boundary funding. A report will hopefully come out shortly from the Centre for Public Policy at the University of Glasgow relating to that. Within West Lothian, it's a varied mosaic. That's what PVI settings are all about, is that there's a tremendous variety. Today, you've heard from people who have several settings. Myself, I have one setting in Linlithgow. You've heard from childminders as well. They are all part of the picture. And so the impact is going to be different in all sorts of different locations. It will impact everyone. Every single partner provider in West Lothian is going to feel the effect of this. And indeed, every single PVI setting across Scotland is going to feel the impact of this, because it strikes at the operation of Funding Follows the Child. It creates a chilling effect there and would transform public contracts from being a point of strength within a business that you can build on to a potential single point of failure. And it would do that by attacking parental choice. We live and breathe parental choice. All our settings do. And that's what we've got our eye on. If parents stop turning up tomorrow, my nursery would close, right? And all we need to thrive is for parental choice to continue to operate. So across within members in West Lothian, we would see people either, there's possibility for redundancy, there's possibility for non-replacement of people who've left. My own setting would see 8 people immediately affected, 8 more next year. So I'd have to consider very carefully the effect of that. And of course, one setting on the border with Edinburgh would close as well.
Thank you. Pauline, you got any other questions?
Yeah, a couple if that's okay.
Yeah, on you go.
Yeah, I think this is for Joanna, is that right? Yeah, thanks for sharing your experience with us. Can I ask you just to expand a wee bit on what were the main barriers with council settings that you did look at in your experience? Was it timing, distance, provision?
Absolutely. Thank you for the question. So it was to do with distance. We'd had to have commuted in and out of town during the choked commuter routes. It was going to take longer than we could manage with a 9-to-5 job for both of us. We needed both boys in the same setting, and most could only offer one or the other or didn't have space. We needed term time. No, we needed all year round, whereas we were mostly offered term time. So it was to do with the hours offered, the quality of the setting as well. We had chosen Claylands because it had a large outdoor space. It had chickens. It was a farm nursery, and it was quite nurturing. The offerings sometimes had small patches of artificial grass, nothing really that would suit our family and our needs.
Thank you. Pauline?
Thanks for that. Yeah, and I'll just, go back to Andrew again, if that's all right. I think Sharon did touch on this, but just, and you also mentioned this, but what is the data that you believe the council has not adequately considered here? Could you just summarise that for us?
Well, first of all, the consultation that it has referred to repeatedly has not consulted the people who are affected. West Lothian Have Your Say was for the residents of West Lothian. People who use cross-boundary provision are, by definition, not from West Lothian. That should be pretty obvious. And the strange thing is that you report these children and their families in your own pupil census. You know they're there. You know how to speak to them. I don't understand why you haven't gone and asked them about this, bearing in mind that you do have a duty to consult with them under Article 12 of the UNCRC. In addition to that, I don't think there's been any overt consultation with another group of people who will be affected by this, and that is parents within West Lothian who send their children to other council areas for ELC provision. I'm not sure any of that group have been specifically asked about this, or many would even be aware that this discussion is taking place, and nevertheless, they will be affected by this.
Thank you.
Sorry, just finally to follow up on that. Did you have any communication from the council ahead of this proposal? What did that look like?
Quite some time ago, I sent an email expressing my concerns, and I received what I would characterise as a fairly boilerplate response of, this is one of many measures that is being considered, and this was back in November. I will say that previously, about a year and a bit ago, we've had meetings at which prospect of discussing cross-boundary funding was raised, and that was dismissed by all parties in the room.
Thank you. Colleagues, any further questions? Councillor Clark, you've already been in at the moment. I will bring you back in if you just let me go into somebody else just now. Councillor McKee-Schemmel, Moira?
Thanks, Provost. Andrew, I'm just looking for clarification here. I think you said that the private providers were the named target here, and that at the present time there's an ecosystem of childcare needs. And I think you've also said that you cannot see that there's any savings to the council. Are you saying then that this proposal is ideologically driven rather than financially driven and flies in the face of the funding follows the child principle?
Insofar as I can see no actual financial reason for doing this, that is the only conclusion that I can draw. Albeit I don't particularly want to draw that conclusion because I would very much prefer to have a more positive working relationship with what is my main partner and customer.
Thank you. And I've got a question.
Yeah, that's fine, Moira, on you go.
Anna, thank you. And I really have to thank you for speaking. It was obvious that you found that a struggle, and thanks for telling us your story and telling us it so well. And I'm sorry that this has happened to your family. My question is, what's open to you now is what I'm trying to say. Would the changes, if these changes come into force, would you be able to find a placement that would suit your needs in West Lothian?
I think you're asking the most obvious settings in South Queensferry are council settings attached to the schools, and they tend to be 8 till 3, and they tend to be term time only. We have inquired with them, but that does not suit our working pattern or our needs particularly well. There are potentially private ones, but again, they wouldn't really fit our family's ethos. They don't have quality outdoor space, and they would be taking away a lot from Freddie. He'd be moving 3 times within 3 years. He wants to be a geologist or an architect because he enjoys digging in the mud so much. These things are really important to us to be able to choose, and we would be left with very little choice. We would be quite desperate. We would be looking for wraparound care from childminders and holiday cover from childminders, which might not exist. There is not the capacity to allow us to both keep working.
Okay.
It is not looking promising. We are stuck. We don't know.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for that. Thanks, Provost.
Okay. Any further questions? Councillor McLennan, Councillor Clark, I know your light's still on. I have got you down here, okay? Just 2 seconds. Councillor McLennan. David?
Thank you. I'd just like to ask, the UK has a falling birth rate anyway. Decisions like this are not going to encourage families to have more children. How do we square that circle? How can we help you square that?
Andrew?
Well, the first thing I would suggest is we can make it as easy as possible for families with more than one child to access childcare. One of the biggest impacts of this proposal will be that if a family has a child that's under 3 years old and is not otherwise entitled to ELC, they will have to find another nursery to drop that child off. They will have a minimum of 2 drops on every commute. And that is going to be a substantial inconvenience and possibly an additional cost as well. Things like that are precisely why we should be placing parental choice first in the way we design our approach to this. Because ultimately, if we want people to have families, if we want people to work while they have families as well, which would be great, then we have to make sure that the services we provide are appropriate for them. And the only way we can do that is to follow where they lead.
Thank you. Yeah. Okay. Councillor Campbell. Janet?
Thank you, Provost. And this question is for Andrew, and thank you all for your presentations here this morning. Andrew, I wanted to ask you, for the purpose of cross-boundary funding, has been suggested that children are included in the census of the delivering authority. So are you able to explain that to me? Does that mean that each local authority receives funding for each child within a placement setting within their boundaries?
Yes, they do. The ELC census, and this is information that's been given to me by the GAE stats team following a request for it and an explanation for it. The ELC census takes a snapshot of the occupancy of a setting within a single week. If a child attends in one setting, it's counted once. If they attend in two different settings, they're counted twice and all that sort of thing. But it's all driven by the delivering authority. That's where they are, so that's where they are counted. That constitutes 50% of the client basis for calculating how many children you want to provide ELC with. The other 50% is driven by a National Records of Scotland population census and estimates tied to that. And that comes in with the other 50%. That's also used as a target, stretch target, for how many children you might be able to deliver ELC to. And if, as is the case for West Lothian, indeed most local authorities, that stretch target is not met, then the unspent funding is not clawed back either. So that goes to facilitating things like funding any possible discrepancy relating to cross-boundary funding, because that can only occur if there is an imbalance in the number of children going in and coming out of a local authority area. And that imbalance would have to be greater than 10, by the way, because that's the margin of error for the NRS, the NRS population estimates. So I firmly believe that there is enough in the current funding model, there is enough headroom in the current funding model to allow for this. And it is driven by where children are. It's following the child.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Councillor McLennan, you put your light back on again. Are you wishing to come back in again? Right. I'm going to take Councillor Clark, then I'm going to finish with Councillor McLennan. Pauline?
This is a question for Sharon. Sharon, you talked about an alternative system of funding. And I'm aware that the Scottish Government are set to review the current system, I think within the next few months. Will you have an opportunity to share your suggestions with the Scottish Government, and are you able to expand now on how if they were to take those suggestions on board, how would that impact our current private partners and also our council settings as well?
Thank you. Yes, we've been advocating for this change really since the 1140 policy came out. We did think that this would obviously cause a problem, and I think it was admitted by councils that they welcomed the fact that they were the banker, because they knew they would have control over the money, which is exactly what's happened. So we've been advocating that it should go into a childcare account, similar to the model that was years ago, where it was a voucher system, and parents got to use it flexibly at choice, at blended with childminders, private and local authority. The 1140 has caused an issue with the funding where councils are still keeping the 1140 hours from a child, and that child might not necessarily attend the 1140 hours. And we know this. So again, what we're trying to advocate is if it went into a centralised account system and it wasn't used, it would stay in the government's bank account. We're also suggesting, we've been asked that what would happen, that we want to obviously have funding for younger children, but that maybe is not affordable. We're saying it maybe is affordable because there's never been an accurate costing whether there has been enough funded for this. We do believe that there could well be enough funded for this, but it's the way in which it's being distributed and used that is causing, I think, the deficit. So if we could change that, and then we could then be analysing it and evaluating it, has there been enough money for this ambitious and great policy? And also we know that out of school care is the next ambitious policy that we want to see. So if this money was in a centralised account, it could virtually be used for families from whatever age group, say 9 months, up to even the age of 12 for out of school as well. And there could well be money that's left in the account because parents may not need to use it all.
Thank you. Yeah. Okay, colleagues, I'm going to take Councillor McLennan, and then I'm going to pass over to Andrew, Joanna, Sharon and Lynn for summing up. Thank you. Councillor McLennan.
First of all, I'd like to thank you all for your attendance and your heartbreaking testimony this morning. The legal process that was taken against the City of Edinburgh Council, what is the progress on that? And is there a chance that you might want to take that legal action against the West Lothian Council at the same time?
So was it Sharon that mentioned the legal process? Sharon, if you want to take that one, thank you.
We didn't proceed officially with any legal representation, although we do have a legal firm that has been supporting us with advice and questions. We had hoped not to because we shouldn't have to. And we just want to get on with our day jobs, which is supporting children and families and caring and nurturing for the children. So if this does go ahead, the firm that we use, which was the firm that we used when we had the procurement issue previously with West Lothian Council, we will use them, and it will be nationally because we can't now have Edinburgh never really got a final outcome because I think they just hoped this was just going to go off the radar and it wasn't going to get pursued. Now we've obviously got West Lothian. Whether West Lothian don't vote this through, we will still go back to Edinburgh and pursue this as a legal question. But we've spoken to the lawyers and we believe this needs to go national because even for the council, you need to know yourselves where, what is happening. The funding, if it does go into a centralised system, how does that affect yourselves in your own funding? So I think it would be national. And yes, we will pursue it. Whether we pursue it as providers with funding, which we don't have, whether we go out to the wider community and families and we ask for a GoFunding page, crowdfunding page, I don't know yet, but it's so important and we're so passionate about this and the fairness and the equity of it that we will pursue it.
Okay. Colleagues, a thought question. I was just going to go into summing up, but I've had one more request to speak, and after this I will go into the summing up. Councillor Damien Doran-Timpson. Damien?
Provost, thank you. Thank you all for the presentations today. Apart from Edinburgh, are you aware of any of the councils that have made this decision across Scotland?
Andrew?
I am not aware of any other councils that have made this decision across Scotland. However, I would not be surprised if West Lothian Council were to take this decision, it would create a cascade effect. I do firmly believe that one of the reasons we are considering this here today is because one of our neighbours is Edinburgh. I don't think, if Edinburgh Council hadn't started it, I don't think we would be having this conversation here today.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, colleagues, thanks very much for questions. I'm now going to move on to summing up. I'm now going to invite Andrew, Joanna, Sharon and Lynn. You have 2 minutes for summing up. Andrew, over to yourself. Thank you. And again, I will remind you when you are 30 seconds to go. Okay, thank you.
Early years in Scotland is replete with policy, guidance and regulation. It's absolutely everywhere. Fine-sounding titles like Building the Ambition from 2014, Realising the Ambition 6 years later, the promise that Scotland would be the best place in the world to grow up if you were looked after, and the long version of the most unfortunate acronym GERFEC, getting it right for every child. All of this capped, of course, by the recently unanimously incorporated UN Convention on the Rights of the Child. At first, these titles sound like political grandstanding, but if you see them on staff room walls and in children's playroom displays often enough, like I do, then you realise it isn't just grandstanding, it's actually child-friendly language. Children like it when words say what they mean and mean what they say. And I don't think I'm being too cheeky when I say that isn't always something native to politics. To publicly set out a measure so simply worded that there is nowhere to hide if you don't live up to it. It's the sort of responsibility that is needed if we are ever to truly come close to hitting vast absolutes, like getting it right for every child. And maybe the point of all of this is not to set goals we can easily achieve, but to set ones that are difficult, to have to stand in front of these ideals year after year and say, we aren't there yet, but we are doing everything we can to put children first, to put families first, to keep our promise. Now, I see nothing in this proposal that places the interests of
30 seconds, Andrew.
I see nothing in this proposal that places the interests of families first. I see nothing in this proposal that reflects the reality of early years funding and finance. I see nothing in this proposal but partisan and parochial self-interest. Today you make a choice, you take a vote. But tomorrow, and whenever you see the names of those documents, and they are everywhere, you will be called to ask yourself, did I further that ambition? Did I keep that promise? Did I try my best to get it right for every child?
Thank you. Joanna, 2 minutes to sum up. Again, I will let you know when you're 30 seconds. Thank you.
I just want to say, do not for a second think that this is a low impact decision. All morning, Freddie's been crying, asking why is his nursery closing. He doesn't understand. He couldn't understand. He couldn't comprehend. The impact on working parents, and particularly mothers, cannot be overstated. We have spent 2 years before the funding kicked in, paying almost more than our mortgage every year into our chosen and preferred providers, just to be told that we can't anymore. We've invested in this. And for the council to turn around and say that is no longer an option for you just does not make sense. Don't pretend for a second that we aren't paying as well. When I had to tell my boss that our childcare could be torn apart again for the second time in 2 years, what do you think that conversation went like? That's everything from me.
Thank you. Sharon, 2 minutes. Thank you. And again, I will let you know in 30 seconds to go.
I don't think I can probably summarise any better than Andrew has. It's just, Andrew, it's such an impact. And I think all I can ask again is that before you make any decisions, they are financially sound. And have you even looked into what Edinburgh did was legal? What positives did that bring to their budget? 36 million from what their previous deficit was. Before you make these decisions, we just ask that you please really consider them.
Thanks, Sharon. Thank you. Lynn, just going to pass over to yourself, and you have 2 minutes. Lynn, I'll let you know in 30 seconds. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I would also like to thank Andrew for summarising so well. I think the most important thing that we have to remember today is these are real people. These are real families. These are people's children, and these decisions are being made for them. As I've echoed before, these decisions about your childcare aren't made when your child turns 2 or your child turns 3. These are decisions that families make in advance to make sure that their children are loved, protected and looked after. We also have to think about the best interests of the child. We talk about it all the time. But what is the best interest for these children when decisions are being made by adults, governing bodies, without any consultation with the children and their families directly? I think the most important thing to remember is the disruption that this will cause many families within my own setting and multiple other settings in West Lothian. It's not a decision about cutting monies. It's not a decision about where monies lie within the council. It's about how we best meet the needs of these children.
Thanks, Lynn. Thank you. I'd just like to thank, on behalf of the council, to thank Andrew, Joanna, Sharon and Lynn for their contributions today. This item will be taken into discussion at item 6 when we discuss our revenue budget. Once again, thank you for your contributions today, and you are welcome to stay. Okay, thank you. Colleagues, I'll just give it a couple of minutes and then we will move on to the agenda. Okay, colleagues, that takes us to item 6 on the agenda today, which is the Revenue Budget 26-27 and 27-28. And I'm going to pass over to Alistair to present the report. Alistair.
Thank you, Provost. This report presents the updated revenue strategy through to 27-28, the detailed revenue budgets for 26-27 and 27-28, the proposed council tax increase, and the position on reserves, risks and statutory indicators. Before turning to the detail, there are 3 key messages to highlight. Council continues to face significant and sustained financial pressures, with demand rising faster than available funding. Secondly, officers have brought together proposals that deliver a balanced budget on a recurring basis for both 26-27 and 27-28. Thirdly, the budget is structured to protect and to support frontline services on a sustainable basis and to provide targeted investment in priority areas, particularly in social care and in addressing road defects. Provost, I will briefly summarise the key elements of the budget report and give further detail on these 3 key messages. In terms of the strategic context, the financial environment in which local government is operating continues to be very challenging and highly constrained. The Council has already delivered more than 184 million in savings since 2007-2008, and it faces continued increasing demand for services. This is driven by demographic change, rising care needs, and the increasing complexity of support required by residents. These underlying pressures are a defining feature of the Council's financial landscape. The 26-27 finance settlement from the Scottish Government provides West Lothian Council with an additional 12.1 million in core revenue funding. This amounts to an increase of 0.3% after taking account of inflation. National analysis, such as from the Accounts Commission, indicates that cost pressures across the sector will continue to rise faster than available funding, and that it will become increasingly challenging for councils to continue to deliver essential services, meet statutory responsibilities and maintain financial sustainability over the medium term. So this proposed budget today incorporates the latest cost forecasts and confirmed settlement figures. Underlying cost pressures, in addition to those that I've already mentioned, include pay awards, inflation, contract uplifts, demographic pressure, and rising demands in areas such as homelessness, transport and waste. These pressures are the main contributors to the overall savings that the Council needs to deliver over the next 2 years of 18.9 million. To bring the budget into balance, the following measures are proposed. An application of all savings measures considered by PDSPs, with the detail of risk and deliverability set out at Appendix 3. Release of the recurring budget provision of 3.5 million that was approved as part of the 25-26 budget. Council tax increase of 8.4% for 26-27. It's an assumed 4.5% for 27-28. and application of the fees and charges increases as considered by PDSPs. On council tax, the proposed 8.4% increase would result in a Band D charge of £1,642.75 for 26-27. This amounts to an increase of £2.45 per week and £10.61 per month. Support remains in place through the council tax reduction scheme, and appropriate additional provision is made for this in the proposed budget. So taken together, this provides resources of over £636 million in 26-27 to support the council's priorities and to deliver day-to-day services. In particular, the budget allocates additional support for adults and older people services, including £2.9 million for recurring pressures so that the IJB can avoid taking forward its highest risk savings measures. The budget also allows an additional £1 million both in 2026-27 and 27-28 for roads and potholes, allowing resource for dedicated teams and advanced repair machines. A key element of the budget strategy is ensuring that reserves remain sufficient to manage future financial risks. So the report recommends maintaining the minimum uncommitted general fund balance at £2 million, retaining the budget contingency at £6.7 million, and continuing the risk-based review of earmarked reserves throughout the year. The risk and inflation reserve, which stood at £3.3 million at the start of the year, is expected to reduce to around £800,000 after the projected 25-26 overspend. As I've noted, the budget proposes the release of the £3.5 million budget provision that was approved as part of the 25-26 budget. The Council's overall reserve strategy, taking all this into account, is assessed as appropriate and compliant with the SITFA Financial Management Code, and reserve levels will be kept under review. The report highlights a number of financial risks that require ongoing attention, which include uncertainty around inflation and future pay increases, volatility in demand-led areas such as social care and homelessness, the ability of services to deliver the agreed savings, market-driven increases in contract costs, and pressures within the capital programme with potential revenue implications. The Council's risk-based approach to monitoring and reporting will continue, with regular updates provided to Council Executive. So in conclusion, Provost, the proposed revenue budget sets out a balanced budget on a recurring basis, proposes the necessary levels of savings, and ensures resources to deliver key services along with investment in priority areas. My colleagues and I will be happy to take questions. Thank you.
And Alistair, thank you. Colleagues, just going to open it up for questions. When I do open up for questions, can I just remind all members for respect towards officers when asking questions? Thank you. Any colleagues? Councillor Patchell.
Yeah, I've got a question about the deputation that we've just heard. One of the things that Andrew Carr said was that no costing has been provided. We've seen that it's going to be a £700,000 saving to not do the cross-boundary funding in private settings, but that no equivalent cost-saving measure or the equivalent financial projection has been provided for the state nursery settings. I wonder, Can you please expand? Can you tell us what that comparison is going to be?
I think that'll go to Lisa Marie. Thank you.
Thank you, Provost. We have shared the proposal in terms of the 8,664 per child for the partner providers, and in terms of our own council settings, further from that assessment is to say that would be a minimal cost for us to have the children come back into a council establishment should the parents choose that. And the reason that is a minimal cost for us is because we currently have capacity across almost all of our settings, and that includes staffing capacity as well. The only cost that we would need to increase would be where we would need to increase staffing depending on numbers. But as I've said, it's impossible for us just now to work out how many of the 104 children would come back into a council establishment for us to put a specific amount on that.
Thank you. Sally, you got a further question there?
I do. So is it possible just to give us the bottom line on that minimal cost or not at the moment? Is that what you're saying? And if you can't provide us with the actual number, Are you planning to do that after, I don't know, 6 months or in the new school term?
I think I'll pass that, Greg. Is that over to yourself?
Yeah, Chair, within the financial year, this year the cost of funding non-West Lothian children runs at 901,000. The budget proposal is below that figure, with an anticipation that if we did need to increase any staffing capacity at a council nursery, that would be offset, and that would then be picked up through the regular monitoring of the services budget through PDSPs as we normally would do. However, as Lisa Marie has pointed out, we are extremely confident that that budget saving can be delivered in full, and should the 104 non-West Lothian children not need a council setting and potentially use a setting within their own council service area, therefore that would also support the budget pressure in early learning and childcare that members are aware of is currently running over 400,000. So we are confident that that can be delivered and support the council's ongoing ELC delivery plan.
Thank you. Sally?
Okay, thanks very much. I think the only other question that I had, and I'm sorry, I'm frantically trying to find out what number it is, and I can't see it. But it's about the investment into potholes. I can't see the number.
Do you want to come back in?
Page 11. Thank you very much.
You got it?
I've got it. It's on page 11. And, you know, obviously, it's about halfway down. Here we go. Investment of £1 million in both 26 and 27-28 to prioritise addressing potholes and road defects across the network, including gully cleaning. So can you just tell me, is it £1 million this year and then another £1 million next year? So that's £2 million in total.
Alistair?
Yes, that's correct. It's an additional 1 million in 26-27, and also an additional 1 million in 27-28. So it's 2 million in total over the 2-year period.
Okay, that is lovely. Thank you very much, Provost. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Maguire. Andrew?
Yeah, thanks very much, Provost. I had some questions off the back of the deputation as well, if that's okay, probably for Lisa Maria. So my first question was, how many non-West Lothian children currently access nursery provision at private providers?
We currently have 104 children accessing our partner providers.
Thanks very much for that. Now, I appreciate resources at partner providers are finite, so are we aware of any West Lothian children that have not been able to access a private provider provision in West Lothian?
Yes, we do have that information for this school session. We currently have a note of 31 West Lothian children who've not been able to get their first choice in a partner provider, with non-West Lothian children attending those settings.
Was that 31, did you say? And would that number perhaps be a bit higher, because sometimes they wouldn't even go to apply because they would contact the nursery to see if there was a space? Would that be the normal course of action for applications?
That's correct. Parents can apply directly and the partner provider would let them know if there were spaces or perhaps a waiting list, and we wouldn't hold that information in our database.
That's great, thanks very much. My next question was just on the amount of children that attend partner provider nurseries in West Lothian as a whole. Do we have that as a percentage at all?
Yes, we do. The figure is 992, so it equates to about 25% of our children across early learning and childcare.
Thanks very much. And do we know roughly what percentage of the funding that we currently allocate goes to the private provider sector? And
Yes, we do. So in terms of the number of children that attend our council settings, the percentage is about 74.4%, and we allocate 65% of the budget to the council settings. In terms of our partner providers, 24.3% attend partner providers, and that's currently a 29% allocation of the budget.
That's great. Thank you very much. Thanks, Provost.
Thank you. Councillor Clark. Pauline?
Thanks. I think this one would be to Greg. The speakers in the deputation, I think at least one of them had said, talked about the annual census, and they said that we should have a fairly accurate number of children. that are accounted for funding. So why is that 900? How would we manage to save that 901? I think that's what you said, £1,000, or where does that figure come from? If we theoretically are already being paid for those children that are coming into the county.
Greg?
Chair, I'll go over how the saving proposals there, but I'll maybe pass to Director of Finance and Property to go over the intricacies of how the block grant's provided to the local authority and how we utilise that for early learning and childcare. But in terms of the saving proposal itself, is the current sustainable rate paid to partner providers is £8,664 per child per year for the 1,140 hours. The saving proposal is based that on the mean average over the last 4 years, taking into account that there is an upward trend in partner provider places, but we are seeing a fall in demographics. It is always an estimate because parental choice will always feature in there, and it is a demand-led area of the council. Therefore, there will always be areas where it will swing back and forth, and that's why the monitoring, as I called out already, will be extremely important around the proposal. So what we've taken is the mean average multiplied by that 8,664 to give the overall saving. And as I said, also taking into account in current year demand, that would allow us to facilitate, for example, in one of the deputations, if we had to increase staffing at a local nursery setting, for example, in the Winchborough area that provides 50-week settings 8 o'clock till 6 o'clock, within a council setting, if it required an increase in staffing, we would have a budget allocation to be able to do that. If that wasn't required, then that would just be picked up through our ELC budget monitoring process. So that gives an overview of that, and perhaps the Director of Finance could pick up on the second part, Provost.
Alistair?
Thanks, Provost. Provost, in terms of the funding from the Scottish Government, there's funding that is allocated in line with a range of funding formulas. This includes early learning and childcare provision. That is funding that's given to the council to allocate in line with its priorities to ensure that service delivery is provided. So the saving, as Greg has mentioned, as we've discussed today, comes from comparing the costs that can be saved from the private provider provision, given that the capacity and resource is available and can accommodate within the council-run facilities.
Thank you. Okay. Colleagues, I forgot to ask an apologies. I forgot to say an apologies. If you are asking questions, could it maybe be helpful if we can just mention the page number if it is in relation to it's in the report, and that was a mistake on my part. Councillor Campbell, followed by Councillor McLennan. Janet?
Thank you, Chair. First question, I'm not sure if it's in where it is in the paper, but Alistair did mention it, that inflation, further risks to this council include inflation. Is it correct that at this moment in time inflation continues to remain above the target of 2% set by the Bank of England?
Alistair?
Yes, that's correct. Inflation remains above the target.
Thank you. Thanks, Alistair. I'm not sure who these other questions will be, who should answer these other questions. In terms of...
You've got a page number, Janet, and then it might be helpful as well.
Of section D42, page 9, helping to create strong and sustainable communities. Would increasing charges for local community centres to unacceptable rates or unachievable rates for local people, would that help to create a strong and sustainable community?
Julie or Elaine? Julie.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, decisions have been made by Council Executive in terms of the charges that will be made. What was proposed was 80% of the education rate. Within the budget papers here, in terms of fees and charges, there are proposals around those rates. What we're proposing is to keep them at the 25-26, 80% of education rates. That's considered to be good value for the services that are being provided. Within the fees and charges element of the report, you'll see that some of the costs are very reasonable indeed in terms of
For example, that for under 18s, for a room, it's £5 an hour. We will work with community groups who may struggle to meet any increases in costs. I would, however, point out that for some groups, there will be a reduction in the cost. They will have been charged a higher rate by the community centre management committees at the moment. But for any of those who are going to experience an increase in costs and who expressed to us that they will struggle to do that, we will work with them to support them to access any funding that is available, but it is considered to be a reasonable cost, and we're not in the engagement that we're having with community groups at the moment, we're not seeing anybody coming forward to express that they would not be able to continue with that.
Okay. Thank you.
Page 9 again, and section 5, tackling homelessness, poverty and inequality. Is there any targeted intervention within this budget regarding supporting people falling into debt?
Alistair?
So yes, there's the continued provision that the anti-poverty service provides. There's also, I would point out, the increased provision that we've made for council tax reduction scheme, and there's a further £1 million that's been allocated for that. So that's taking account of, as I mentioned in the opening remarks, the proposed increase in council tax level. We've made a corresponding increase in the provision for that. So there is an ongoing range of service provided and accommodation for people who may be finding themselves in debt.
Thank you. Section D10, risks and uncertainties, page 21. I think this would be for yourself, Alistair. It's the third paragraph down. Now, specific areas of risk for West Lothian Council include confirmation of Scottish Government grant funding for 27-28. In light of the concerning commentary following the publication of the Scottish Spending Review. However, you will agree that the Scottish Government will not know what the grant funding is until the UK Government decides how much pocket money they're going to receive. And as we know, in this financial year, that was much later than usual, resulting in a very squeezed timetable for both Scottish Government and local authorities.
I don't think that was a question. I think that was a comment. Take it as a comment.
Well, it was a question.
It was, do you agree with me? I think that was where we were in that one. I'll just move on. You have any further questions, Councillor Campbell?
I do.
Thank you.
In terms of Appendix 2, page 47, H3A, revised operating model to deliver sustainable community centres, continuity of community facilities. Measures seek to support the sustainable operation of community centres for user groups. The impact on user groups should be minimised. The use of the word should, I would have thought, indicates that there is no real research has gone into the potential impact on user groups if we don't actually know what the impact will be.
I'm sure there's a question somewhere in there, Julie.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, all user groups who are accessing community facilities are being engaged with at the moment in terms of progressing the implementation of the community centres model. We are working with community groups to ensure that they can access the centres at times and on days that suit them. We will work with them to minimise any impact, and the impacts that we have anticipated are where we may need to require user groups to access facilities at a different time of day or on a different day, and work with them to ensure that that still meets their needs. The use of the word should was intended to imply that we will work as far as we possibly can with those user groups to make sure that we do minimise any impact.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Julie. I suppose your answer has indicated that we don't actually know the level of impact that will be sustained.
Questions? Okay, right, moving on. Councillor McLennan. Okay, as long as there are questions, Janet. As I've said before, it's respect to officers. Officers are not political. All political statements can be made. Plenty of time for political contributions and statements to be made. We are looking for questions to officers from this report. Janet, I'm happy for you to stay all day and ask the questions as long as they're from this report and not what your opinion is as against an officer's opinion. And that not applies to everyone within the chamber. Thank you. Councillor Campbell.
Thank you, Provost. Appendix 2, page 56, E4C. In terms of further review of nursery capacity, no adverse impact anticipated. I wonder if, not sure who it would be would answer this, but again, that would appear to suggest that there has been no research carried out into the adverse impact that would be expected.
Okay. Who's taking this one?
Thank you.
Lisa Marie, sorry.
Thank you. Yes, in terms of looking at the assessment impact, I think where we came to was around the conclusion that parents will still be able to access their entitlement to 1,140 hours. They'll still be able to access flexibility and choice over their patterns of attendance and of their choice of provision as well. So whilst there will be change, perhaps from the review or the proposals if approved, they will still be able to access their entitlements.
Okay. Thank you. And one final question, and I think this is possibly Alistair. Appendix 8, Statement and General Fund Balance and Other Reserves. Are there any statements within the budget report as to potential deposits into any of these balances, reserves or contingencies?
Alistair?
So the budget proposals set out would maintain those balances as they are presented in the report. The risk and inflation reserve at 0.8, that takes account of this year's overspend. The budget provision of 3.5 would come out because that's proposed as part of bringing the budget into balance this year. Other earmarked balances, there is detail on time limited funding in the report as to how those are utilised. Other than that, of course, there's the modernisation fund as well, with proposals that would be utilised. But beyond that, the reserves would remain as they're set out at Appendix 8.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Provost.
Thank you. Okay, Councillor McLennan. David.
Thank you. As a relatively new councillor, I have been contacted numerous times by people over the pothole problem. So I've done a bit of research into this. And under section D24, best value, the advent of securing best value and the performance of the council's functions, can I ask, £1 million that's being spent in 26-27, can I ask if modern machinery, something like the Pothole Pro, is to be considered as a fix for this problem? And will there be bespoke staff for this machine to avoid them being taken off and used for other uses such as road gritting during the winter periods?
David Mull.
Thank you, Provost. I can confirm the additional £1 million investment in pothole repairs will almost double our existing annual budgets for potholes, and there will be more focus on permanent pothole repairs. So to do this, officers will be looking at bringing in improved plant and machinery. The JCB Pothole Pro has proven to be effective in preparing potholes for permanent repair quickly, and we will be engaging through our procurement channels to extend our current use of that machine and other plant and machinery that we think will assist us. In terms of the second part of the question, my plan is to employ additional staffing resources that will be dedicated to pothole repairs, and particularly throughout the winter period, that will give us the benefit of not having to divert teams to winter maintenance at the expense of being able to be out doing permanent repairs.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor McKee-Schemmel. Moira?
Thanks. I thought the polling was before me. It's okay. Provost, I've got some questions that related to the deputation, and I've also got some questions. My references in the appendix on the E4, whatever, page 54. Is that all right with you?
Moira, that's absolutely fine, as long as it is questions and it's not sort of opinions, because we can do that later during comments.
Okay.
On you go, Moira. It's absolutely no problem.
My first question is for Lisa Maria about the West Lothian children placing options on council establishment. Lisa Maria, what exactly is the exact rationale for limiting non-West Lothian children to council establishments only?
Thank you for the question. We have a recurring budget pressure in our early learning and childcare. There are obviously pressures that are being outlined in the report, and I know that we've brought them forward to PDSP previously as well, based on increasing demand for our partner providers, and also about utilising the space, the capacity that we have as part of our ongoing review of our settings within our early learning and childcare delivery plan. And quite simply, I think this is about how do we prioritise the support for children and families who are resident in West Lothian. How do we make best use of the resources available to us?
Thank you. It would look as though anticipated savings rely on non-residents shifting from partner providers to council nurseries. What risk do you think could reduce or eliminate any expected saving if that doesn't happen?
So I think for us just now, it's difficult for us to predict the choices that families will make. As I said earlier, in terms of will they take up a place in one of our council settings, or will they utilise their own choice to take up a partner provider place in the local authority of their residence as well. I think at the moment that's kept under review. We're working with our early years team and looking at our delivery plan and maximising, as I said, the best use of the spaces and the settings that we have as well.
Thanks, Lisa Marie. We heard this morning passionate deputations from representatives from partner providers. What assessment has been made of the financial or operational impact on partner providers if non-residents enrolments decrease? And additionally, could that measure unintentionally reduce partnership sustainability in some communities? Could some communities be left without partner provider?
It would be difficult for us to make any assumptions on what that would look like, because each of those partner providers will have their own business model. They're all very unique and offer something different as well. So it wouldn't be possible for me to comment on that.
Okay, thank you. My next question is about literacy and language, which was E20, is it EI on page 54? Is that yourself, Lisa Marie, or?
Siobhan, thank you.
Is it yourself, Siobhan? Right, I'll ask the question. How will mainstream literacy and language support be monitored, looking at the proposed changes to ensure that no learners fall through gaps?
Yep, thank you for that question. So at the moment we have a very robust system in place in terms of tracking and monitoring literacy and numeracy attainment. Obviously this is focused on literacy and language, so we would continue to do that. And the young people who are currently being supported by this model, we have a specific focus on them. We know obviously what their areas of support are that we're looking at. So again, we would continue to monitor that support. The service remains in place, and we will be working very, very closely with the schools in terms of advice and support required, and developing and ensuring that our staff are upskilled to be able to support these young people. But as I say, the monitoring will be very tightly tightly put in place going forward.
What about what training and capacity building is in place for mainstream staff that might have to take on additional responsibilities?
Yep, thank you. Yep. So we currently have started, it's called Coaching in Context, where our team, our literacy team and our ESN team are supporting staff across schools, and it's a whole school approach. And we have this in place already for, as I mentioned, 18 schools. We're looking to develop that further. We have obviously expertise from this service, which we are going to use to develop that across all of our staff in all of our schools.
So you're maximising the expertise that's already there?
Yes, I have.
Okay, what will it look like for students? What will the student journey look like if they need help for literacy and language? What challenges might they face under the new model?
Well, so at the moment, as I say, the service will still continue. There is a referral process in place. So if schools need support or guidance or advice, they know that they can access that service. So that will continue, and that will support an individual young person. Currently, there would be a section of time where there would be that intensive support. But now that we're moving that service into mainstream and into the school, that would continue, so it would be sustainable. And we would have the staff in place in the schools to continue to monitor the child, and the support would be in place until it's no longer needed, so it wouldn't come to an end.
Okay, but what additional pressure might there be, Siobhan, on classroom teachers, and how might that affect the learning experience?
So I'd mentioned that our classroom teachers are being upskilled. They obviously do have that professional responsibility in terms of being able to support literacy and other aspects of the curriculum, so that would be in place, and the support would be there for them. In the school, we have support for learning departments, for example, in secondary schools. We have support for learning staff across our primary schools, and we also have our expertise in our ESN team. So the support would be there for the staff to continue to develop their skills.
Right, thank you. Thank you. Good question, good answer. So I want to move on now, if that's okay with you, Provost, to questions about Burnhouse.
It's in the report. Just tell us what page, Moira,
and then page, and it's underneath. It's E2G, repositioning of the current delivery of Burnhouse School. And
what's your question?
It's about Inspire. So, sorry, I need to get my brain locked into gear. You, Siobhan, you and Christina gave Pauline Stafford and I an absolutely terrific understanding of what the rationale behind this proposal, and it cannot, I don't think, be. Sorry, this is going to give an opinion. I think it can't be criticised in terms of education. But what data shows the Inspire model delivers equal or better outcomes in Burnhouse? What makes Inspire so inspiring?
Thank you. So obviously we have established this programme, the Inspire programme, so we do, and we're monitoring it very, very closely in terms of the data that we have for the young people who are already engaging with the programme. So we have data there where we're looking at their attendance, for example, which is improving. We're looking at their engagement with staff and with the programme, which is improving. It's early days in terms of attainment, but we are seeing signs of improvement in those aspects of it as well, in terms of their numeracy and literacy. So again, we will continue to monitor that as well. So there is data and evidence there that it is showing an improvement. And in terms of where we are with Burnhouse currently, so for example, attendance there has been an issue, and the attendance of our young people in the Inspire programme has shown an improvement compared to attendance at Burnhouse.
Thanks. We heard from EIS that many teachers in mainstream weren't aware of Inspire. So what are the council going to do in order to raise awareness and understanding of what Inspire is about, and what's the methodology around that?
So we have done a lot of work with our senior leadership teams in our secondary schools. So our head teachers, our senior leaders are very aware of it. We are working very closely. As I say, the programme is already established, and our teams within our secondary schools are working with our team at Burnhouse as well. So that's very well established. I agree with what Heather said in the meeting on Friday, in that the wider staff, not all of them are probably fully aware of that programme. And again, it's because it's very specialised in terms of the input there and the young people that we're working with. So we have planned, and I've spoken to Heather about this as well, we're bringing this to, for example, our LNCTs to make sure that our unions are fully cognisant of the programme, but we're also going to be working much more closely with our schools and that wider awareness with our staff through our inset programme, through our training programmes, to ensure that everybody has a full understanding of what the programme is about.
Thanks. Thank you. My last question really is, do you anticipate any risks or additional stress for teachers if their young people with social and emotional behavioural difficulties are moved into mainstream school? Do you anticipate any risks on teaching staff and on any school community?
Well, no, we don't. Obviously, we have currently in our mainstream schools, we have training in place, and it's about safer practices and reducing risks. It's called MABO training. The young people who are currently in Burnhouse, if and when any are to move into mainstream, that will be done in a very coordinated way, and there will be a transition process, enhanced transition, to make sure that they are ready and able to move into a mainstream setting, and that the staff that they are working with are also in a position to be able to support those young people correctly. We already have skill stations in place in our secondary schools that support young people with SEBN need. So again, those are very well established, and we have that expertise in place within the school for that element of the Inspire programme.
Thank you.
Thank you for your fulsome replies. Thanks, Siobhan.
Councillor Stafford. Pauline?
Thanks, Provost. I've got a number of questions. I think the first one might be to Alistair. On page 1, Alistair, recommendation 16, we're being asked to agree that officers undertake a review of economic development to incorporate reduced external grant funding. What is that external grant funding, and are we set to lose staff and programmes in the meantime while that review is carried out?
Alistair?
Yes, this relates to the Shared Prosperity Fund and the Local Growth Fund. We need to take account of the impact of that. We need to understand what that means for the service delivery and for the model moving forward. We need clarity on what the local growth fund allocations will be. We, within that recommendation, are proposing that we undertake a review that takes account of that, that looks at the service delivery model and comes back to Council Executive with conclusions and proposals.
Thank you. Is there any indication of when we'll get the details of that specific fund?
Craig, or is it Greg? Greg, sorry.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. As Alistair's pointed out, the UK Shared Prosperity Fund comes to an end on the 31st of March. That was a fund provided to local authorities. The UK Government has announced a new local growth fund, which is allocated on a regional basis, and that's a fundamental change in terms of the funding allocation. So council officers are working with regional partners and oversight from the Oversight Committee of that as well. And it would be the intention to bring a report to the Economy, Community and Wealth Building, PDSP, once information on that becomes clearer. And obviously, as Alistair's pointed out, any decisions would come forward to Council Executive. So it is still a work in progress. In terms of the financial allocations for the Edinburgh and South East Regional Economic Partnership, the 3-year allocation is 37.8 million in total. But as I say, the detail of that we will bring forward to relevant PDSPs and Council Executive. Provost.
Thank you.
Thanks, Craig.
Pauline?
Yeah, just to move on to page 46 now, proposal C2I. It's a small saving, but it's moving from public broadcasting of council committee meetings online to provide public access only at physical meeting venue. How is that saving going to be achieved with the details, and will meetings still be recorded for the public to request access to view them later?
Leslie Henderson.
Thank you, Provost. What we are intending to do is to look at the operating model within the Chamber. So where we have support from colleagues in IT services and in committee services, we will be reviewing that with lead officers taking more of a role in supporting the Chair. In terms of the recording of the meetings, it's not proposed at this stage that we would be recording the meetings.
Okay, I'll make some comments about that then, thanks. Page 54, just going back to Burnhouse for Siobhan. Yeah, thank you for your time, Siobhan, and explaining how Inspire works. And it seems like there's a lot of emphasis on partnership working. So I just wondered, how is the model going to be assessed to monitor its performance and evaluate standards? Is it still going to be possible to do it through education quality assurance, or will we do that?
Siobhan?
Yes, thank you for that. Yeah, absolutely. We have a monitoring and tracking process in place for this, and we're working very, very closely with our partners as well, because it's very individualised to the young person. We're looking at each in turn in terms of the tracking for each young person and where we are with our partners as well in terms of the progress that's been made. So there are regular meetings almost on a weekly basis with our partners in terms of the progress that's been made. So if anything was not in place, we would pick that up very quickly.
Okay, no, I appreciate it's quite complex, but thanks, that's great. And then just on the pothole extra funding, I know in certain reports over the year there's often been slippage reported in road spend, so I just wondered, are we confident that this extra money can be spent in the period allocated?
David Mull?
I know that'll be weather dependent.
Absolutely, Chair. Yes, I'm absolutely confident we will be looking to use this resource to its fullness to improve our roads conditions.
Thank you.
Then I've just got a number of questions for
absolutely fine.
If that's all right. So since the papers were published on Thursday, the saving reported on Thursday was 711,000, but we now seem to be talking about 901,000. Is that right, of a saving?
Greg or Lisa Maria? Greg?
Sorry, Chair. No, the saving is as outlined in the paper. The 901,000 figure was given as an illustrative figure of the current financial year demand-led pressure from that. So the saving is still what's outlined in the paper, Chair.
Okay, and to confirm, any savings that come from this proposal will remain in the ELC provision?
Greg?
Yes, Provost. I previously iterated that it would go, if it was beyond that saving, would provide to the ELC pressure that the Council already has.
The 711 will also go to ELC spend. Is that right?
Greg?
No, sorry, Chair. The 711,000 saving is part of the budget proposal outlined by the Director of Finance and Property. Anything that was able to be saved beyond that 711,000 would go somewhat to supporting the ELC demand-led pressure.
Thank you.
I'll just go back to Alistair then. Is that 711, is that not Scottish Government money for children for the provision of ELC?
Alistair?
So, Provost, there's a distinction between the Scottish Government overall funding for councils, which comes through a range of formulas and assessments to allow for the allocation of funding to councils, and then it's for councils to determine how they spend that money in line with local need. ELC has got a forecast overspend. ELC has got one of the savings measures that we're speaking about just now, that can be accommodated within existing council provision, and that saving would be made for the council in being able to deliver its overall total 18.9 savings requirement over the next 2 years. So that's not in tension with the Scottish Government's funding allocation.
Okay, thanks, Alistair. And then probably for Lisa Maria. Lisa Maria, do we know how many of our West Lothian children that are eligible for 1140 hours attend cross-boundary settings in other local authorities?
Lisa Maria?
We don't have that information as part of our database. We don't track where our West Lothian children go out with.
Did we consider contacting other local authorities when we were developing this proposal?
It's something we could continue to look at, but I think we explained previously that because early learning and childcare is not a statutory duty for parents to take their children to nursery, then some parents do choose to keep the children at home, look after them, have family members looking after them. So we could have an overview of who does go out with the settings, but we wouldn't be able to provide that information today.
Okay, thanks. And then I guess just following on for that, then I guess I'll know the answer to this, but we haven't done an impact assessment on how this policy change could affect children in West Lothian in terms of access to early learning, choice of settings and impact should other local authorities follow suit or any of the PVIs close as a result.
Lisa Maria?
So as part of our impact assessment, we have obviously looked at the capacity, the staffing available in all of our settings. We've considered where we talked about previously as well about staffing capacity and also physical capacity. So we've looked at that as part of all of the impact potentially on children and families.
Thanks. And then just on that staffing capacity, I remember last year when we were discussing closure of some council settings, we heard from parents that often they'd applied to a council establishment that did have capacity, but they said there were no places and that was down to staffing. If all 103, 104 children that are in cross-boundary places now were to apply to their nearest council setting, are we guaranteeing them that there will be space at that, even if it pushes that council setting one over the ratio and it would need us to employ a member of staff, or will decisions be taken on each case?
Yeah, we do have sufficient capacity and physical capacity, staffing capacity across all of our settings to accommodate the 104 children should they choose that council placement. And I think what helps us be really confident about that is because those families come from all different council areas. So the pressure point is not in one particular community, it's lots of different areas of the council, and we do have provision and capacity available.
Thanks. I just wondered what discussions have taken place with neighbouring local authorities to establish reciprocal funding or chargeback arrangements?
Previously, our teams have looked at approaches like that. We mentioned, I think, in the PDSP about the West Partnership Agreement, where they were an established regional improvement collaborative. And again, looking at our geographical spread, looking at where the non-West Lothian families come from, it doesn't align with the established regional improvement collaborative that we're part of. So again, we would just continue to discuss this with the local authorities that we work with in terms of our early learning and childcare delivery plans, and just continue to review the information as part of that ongoing review of our capacities and our provision.
Thanks. It was mentioned by one of the deputations about an FOI that was done after Edinburgh made a decision. They claimed that they would make savings of about 1.2 million, but the FOI seemed to suggest that the actual savings might be around 36,000. Are you aware of that information, or do you have any more information about that, what the actual savings have been in Edinburgh?
Greg?
Chair, I don't think we would be in a position to comment on the assumptions made by another local authority. I think we have iterated our confidence in terms of the deliverability of the savings that we are proposing as officers today.
Thank you. Pauline?
Thanks. And just wondered how is this, if this proposal goes ahead, how will this policy be tracked and reported back to Council about the impacts of it?
Greg?
Thank you. Provost, members may be aware that we report on an annual basis the Council's Early Learning and Childcare Delivery Plan to Education PDSP and seek Education Executive approval on an annual basis. A statutory requirement for the local authorities to do that every 2 years. Officers have taken a decision to bring that on an annual basis just because of the regularity of change within the sector, so we would propose to continue doing that on an annual basis, Provost.
Thank you.
That's me, thanks.
Thanks, Pauline. Councillor Orr. Pauline?
Thanks, Provost. I've got quite a few questions here about the paper in general. The first one is on page 9, just in respect of homelessness. Can you just confirm what the current cost per night is for bed and breakfast at the moment?
Really?
So the average cost for bed and breakfast to the council per night is around £86. We have a charge of £26 per client.
Thank you. And what is the approximate legal cost of carrying out an eviction when you have to do it under any circumstances?
Provost, that's not a cost I have to hand. The cost will differ because in some circumstances, if we advise a tenant that we are proceeding with eviction, they will choose to move themselves and we don't require to engage with sheriff officers. Certainly, we can circulate average costs after the meeting.
Thank you. Next question is in respect of page 49, 06C. You're stating that there'll be income generation from enforcement activity in country parks, but you're showing a collective amount of £80,000. Can you explain what the revenue split is for this? How much of it will be enforcement collection and how much will be country parks collection? David?
Chair, the saving of 80,000 is an estimate of the additional income we feel is achievable in nets over and above the inflationary uplift to fees and charges. It takes into account the following: the current income performance, in particular the performance for our caravan and camping facilities, potential new income streams across our 3 country parks, and members will be aware that we're currently undertaking a marketing exercise to seek interest from companies looking to use our 3 parks, and the potential from income from enforcement activity with the emphasis on income from fly tipping, fixed penalty notices as we expand our CCTV. So there isn't an individual breakdown of those 3 components, but we feel that £80,000 collectively is an achievable figure.
Thank you for that detail, so David, that's appreciated. Can you give any idea what the estimated cost of one enforcement action would be?
Chair, we have a team of 4 enforcement officers. I couldn't quote what the staff cost of those 4 collectively is, but I'm quite happy to provide that to members after the meeting.
Thank you. Now, if we take enforcement action, will the council receive any income after that action has been taken, or will it be like a net zero position?
Chair, the enforcement team, I think it's fair to say, have an enforcement team in place, as well as allowing for the potential for us to levy fixed penalty charge notices. I think it's fair to say that the real benefit is as a deterrent, and particularly a deterrent to littering and fly tipping. So I think the real answer to that is the overall benefit to the costs that we would otherwise incur in terms of some of these things. There is a net benefit to having the team in place.
Okay, thank you. The next questions are on page 50, W1A, and it's around reviewing the council's mail service. Have other councils moved to a digital service? Do you know? Leslie? Oh, sorry. David?
Thank you, Provost. It's not something that we are aware of in terms of other councils. It's obviously a model that we're considering ourselves, just given the changes in technology. But it's not something that we've discussed with other councils.
But would you look to benchmark it against other councils? If so,
we certainly would look at what operating models are in place in other areas, councils and other public bodies, just around how they transport mail around.
Do we know at the moment how much mail traffic we handle per annum, and how much of that includes any payment, whether that's a cheque, a postal order or actual cash, because that then causes a problem for going digital? David?
Chair, in terms of staff resource, we utilise, I think it's 3.4 FTE staff to transport internal mail across our various settings, including schools. I don't have data on the volume of mail that they are trafficking. In some occasions, it's very little. In terms of payments, I think the Council has mostly eradicated the use of cash and cheques as a means of payment, so the amount being transported, I think, will be fairly minimal.
You said there that you do not keep any statistical information about the volume of mail coming in. Can I ask why that is? That's a pretty standard thing for an organisation of this size to do. Leslie?
Thank you, Provost. It's the corporate services team that do the management of mail. We do keep statistics on the number of pieces of mail that are handled within the mailroom. I don't have that figure to hand, but can certainly share that afterwards. That's required.
Thank you, Leslie. And what kind of savings do you know yet what kind of savings you would anticipate trying to make once you've reached that break-even process of bringing in any equipment?
So the costs that we've looked at in relation to this saving would be around the staff transportation costs, so those staff that are currently employed to transport mail.
Next questions.
Pauline, can I just, I'm sorry to interrupt, I'm just conscious of time now. Do you have any further questions?
Yes,
I was going to say there's quite a few, because if there is, can I stop now? Obviously, we are at the 2-hour mark, so I'm going to be pretty strict here. We will come back, Pauline, and I'll go straight on to yourself, and also Councillor McLennan's waiting to come in as well. I will go straight on to that. Colleagues, we'll be back at 1:45. Thank you. questions, and I'm going to go straight over to Councillor Orr. Pauline?
Thanks, Chair. Okay, my next question was on page 58, 5F5, increasing the use of advertising on council-owned property and facilities. That was actually put forward in a motion by Councillor Willie Boyle some years ago and dismissed as out of hand. We could have been generating...
Councillor Orr, it's a question. As I said, there's nothing political to go to officers. Okay.
We could have been generating income over the past number of years. What has been the reason for rethinking this now?
Colleagues, we don't have to answer that question. It is a political question. Thank you. Councillor Orr, do you have any further questions?
I do.
Thank you.
Page 78, reduce building operating days and hours to 4 days a week. To reduce running costs, can I ask if all departments have currently been reviewed to enable home working where possible, either by flexible working measures? That in some instances helps to alleviate some sickness absence as well, which would also be a positive.
I'll check which services have been affected, and it'll be Leslie.
Thank you, Provost. The Council does have a flexible working policy where all posts are designated as either ability to work on a hybrid basis, fixed workers, or whether they're in fact out delivering services in the field. So that's kept under review by heads of service and service managers, and obviously is utilised to maximise space in some of our shared buildings.
Thank you. Pauline?
Pages... Just a general question in reflection of pages 80 to 108, where all the list of fees are. I've asked this before at budget, but with increased financial pressures, has consideration been given to round figures up to like £1 or a 50 pence marker? Because the culmination of these incidental amounts could raise an additional and welcome margin of income, whilst at the same time making calculation and statistical analysis much simpler to manage.
Alistair?
Thanks, Provost. We've applied the standard uplift percentage in line with the position as reviewed by PDSPs. It is something that we could consider for future budgets and for 27-28. I would also note too that there are a number of statutory fees in there that would not be able to be rounded up.
Thank you, Alistair. Next question is page 112. It's the income contributions and the implementation of agreed policy on charging for replacement bins. The two most common reasons to request a replacement bin are when the original bin's been effectively taken prisoner or damaged by the commercial vehicle, and where it has been stolen. So have these two circumstances been taken into account? Will a charge still be incurred to replace either? And will a crime reference number as a form of evidence be required if a household is saying that the bin has been stolen?
David Moe.
Chair, the officer proposal is to implement a charge for replacement bins.
Thank you.
So what you're saying is that at the moment no decision has been made that if your bin has been swallowed up by the council vehicle and therefore not the householder's fault per se, they'll still get charged for a bin. David?
Chair, I can clarify if the wheeled bin has been damaged by our own collection crew or if it's fallen into the collection vehicle, of course that will be provided free of charge.
Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any current analysis about the number of bins we replace each year?
Chair, in the last year we replaced approximately 9,500 bins.
Thank you.
Can I ask what the average cost is of a bin?
The charges set out in the appendix, which I think are £27 and £30 are roughly the average charge of purchasing a bin.
Thank you.
David, I hadn't noted that down, so thank you for that. Next question is page 115, income and contributions for the borough halls. Is the council now content that all reasonable actions have been taken to increase income at the borough halls, or is there still some work to be done to make best use of the facilities in order to maximise income potential?
Siobhan, are you taking this one?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, so there has been a considerable amount of work that has been done to try to maximise income, to aim to maximise income. So, for example, they have the staff there have looked at the overtime expenditure. They've revised the cafe menu. They've looked at food supplies waste. They've looked at the various packages that are on offer and revised those so that there is a profit from any events that take place. So there's a whole sort of list of things. They've not left any stone unturned, as it were, to look at that to maximise expenditure.
Thank you.
Thanks, Siobhan, for that extra bit of detail. Next question is page 119, income and contributions from registration fees. It's noted down as £15,620. Is that just the additional income that will accrue in the year following the recent review of pricing?
Julie?
Thank you, Provost. The recent review of pricing sought to increase income by £12,000. We would generally... so the 15,620 there is not the only income that we would expect to achieve from registration services.
Thank you.
Where do we expect the other income to come from? Do we know?
Sorry, Chair, I'm not quite following that question.
Maybe I didn't pick up your answer correctly.
So the additional income which was proposed for registration services was £12,000. That would be on top of the income that was already being generated. The additional income was to be generated by increasing fees to meet the average fee charged across other local authorities where these are discretionary fees.
Okay, thank you. And the next question, similar question, page 120, around country parks and charges, where it's noted at 17,275. Can you just give a bit of an explanation as to where that's being generated from?
David, thank you.
Chair, I can confirm in 27-28 that figure represents the annual 5.5% uplift, inflationary uplift on existing fees and charges.
Thank you.
Okay. Just two wee final questions. One is going back to the recording of meetings. So it's probably a question for Leslie again. Will there be any audio recordings provided to refer back to allow the council to maintain transparency around the decisions being made by this council?
Leslie?
No, we no longer have the facility for audio minutes.
Yeah. Do you have any further questions, Pauline?
Just got one other wee question, and again, it's just going back to 06C, actually, around large waste containers, which I do understand council don't supply, but other councils have restrictions in for the size that they allow to be on their pavements and roads, etc. Will we be looking at putting in similar restrictions through planning to do that as part of the exercise that we're carrying out?
Craig?
Yeah, I think the simple answer is it probably doesn't require planning consent, but we would have to look at everything when it comes forward to see whether it meets the permitted development
Thank you.
provisions which are available to the council.
Thank you. That's helpful. Thank you.
Thanks, Craig, for that. That's all of my questions.
No problem.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor McLennan, you're next, but I'm going to just have a couple before you because you've already been in for a question, but I will bring you in, okay? So I'll go for Councillor Mannion, followed by Councillor Damien Doran-Simpson. Susan?
Thank you, Provost. Sorry, I just want to reel back a little bit because there's a final question, well, a question I wanted to ask in relation to the cross-border nursery issue and the related to the delegation that we had earlier. I just wanted to check, in terms of the savings as has been highlighted, what would be the implications of not making these savings?
Lisa Maria.
Thank you, Provost. As part of our early learning and childcare delivery plan, we are reviewing all of our nursery capacity, and not making this saving would then require officers to look at other options available, which would be making changes to the offers in our council settings, or perhaps considering future closures of our nurseries as well.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Damien Doran-Simpson.
Provost, thank you very much. Francis, I may have missed this because I did have to take a comfort break, but with regards to CTRS, is there, and what is the financial impact to West Lothian Council?
Well, it is before we answer that question. Colleagues, I had already asked before, can everyone make sure their ID passes are in the console and you have pressed enter meeting? There's been one or two since lunch, so I know it can be slipped your mind. Sorry, Damien.
That's okay, Provost.
Alistair?
Provost, the increase provision in the budget for 26-27 amounts to £1 million for CTRS, as reported at month 6. The budget for CTRS amounts to 11.7 million, with a projected overspend of 1 million in this year. So we are proposing provision for that pressure moving into 26-27.
Thank you, Alistair. So obviously any increase in council tax puts further strain on this in this area.
Provost, we have built into our proposed increase in council tax a corresponding provision for increase in CTRS. So we have taken account of the impact in making that additional provision for CTRS claimants.
Thank you. I couldn't find the paper, just have a look there. So I'm talking about the PPP change of funding from the Scottish Government, or the way that's now been reallocated. Can you explain what that is and how much impact that's having on the council?
Alistair?
Provost, the Scottish Government makes a number of funding allocations to West Lothian Council. There is funding to support PPP costs. As part of the settlement for 26-27, the Scottish Government revisited the allocation of part of the PPP funding, and that has had an impact, a reduction in funding to West Lothian Council of 650,000 for 26-27. That pressure is built into the budget and the net pressure to be addressed for next year.
Thank you, Alistair. And similarly, and it's on page 15, the floor impact. I believe previously that was a negative to West Lothian Council of 3.5 million. Could you please explain what that is and what it will be moving forward?
Thanks, Provost. So West Lothian Council is one of the contributors to the floor. The floor is the mechanism that is applied as part of the Scottish Government funding distribution to local government. Each year there are some councils that would gain more and others that would gain correspondingly less from the application of the funding formulas. The floor is to even out those movements. We have contributed in 25-26 3.5 million to the floor. The floor contribution increases going into 26-27 and in effect doubles our contribution, so we will be making a contribution of approximately 7 million to the funding floor in 26-27.
So thank you again, albeit more bad news. On page 21, and we talk about the reduced contact time for teachers. Do we know where we're at with regards to the financial impact? If there's going to be funding available, should be brought in, or where the whole plan is now? Because they seem to be talking about that for a long time, with no movement in Scotland. So I'm just wondering where we're at with regards to that, both financially and from the teacher point of view.
Greg?
Thank you, Provost. We have done local modelling in terms of the Scottish Government policy commitment of reducing teacher contact time from 22.5 hours down to 21 hours. Applying that through our devolved scheme of management for schools, it would require the council to employ an additional 132.7 FTE teachers at a current cost based on salaries and employer contributions would fall just short of £9 million per year. That's the financial implications, and then there's obviously operational and recruitment implications that would sit behind that.
Thank you, Greg. And if I can just stay with yourself, because obviously the 9 million is a horrific figure, especially if we're not provided with that. Operational recruitment, rather, do you honestly believe we will be able to recruit an extra 132 teachers? Because every council will be going through the same issue of getting new teachers in, won't they?
It's hypothetical at the moment. In terms of the primary sector, we do have a healthy number of staff who, as part of our annual turnover, are unfortunately unable to seek recruitment in West Lothian. I think being central in Scotland helps a lot around that. In terms of the secondary sector, there would be significant implications and challenges around certain subject provisions. In terms of our deliverability of the curriculum. So it would probably be more specifically the challenges around ASN and the secondary sectors.
Great, thank you very much. Appreciate that. Alistair, back to yourself. Am I right in thinking the Cabinet Secretary has agreed that there is a demand for more social care funding, but that the Cabinet Secretary states that funding has to come from the Council? And have the Scottish Government put any extra funding in to satisfy the social care pressures?
Alistair?
The Cabinet Secretary made clear in the Scottish funding settlement that there's an expectation that councils would pass on more funding for social care than was received. West Lothian Council is passing on more funding than has been received for social care. Additional funding was provided in the funding settlement. That was further complicated by the increase in the floor provision that we have just spoken about, the increase of 3.5 million that the West Lothian Council makes in support of the national funding position to mitigate the impact of those who are relatively further away from those who have gained relatively better each year. So additional funding has been provided for social care. More funding has been allocated to social care. And in this budget proposal, I'm proposing that 2.9 million is allocated in addition to the IJB in its settlement for 26-27 to take account of the significantly increased costs and risks that the IJB is facing.
Alistair, thank you very much. So, yeah, more funding, but they're taking it away due to the floor impact. On page 7, St Kentigern's is mentioned, and obviously we're all aware in here the cost of work for the rack replacement that's had to go on. Are we in for any further development with the Scottish Government for them to provide funding or part funding for this, or is this all going to come, or do we believe this will all come out of the council coffers?
Greg?
Provost, the overall cost of the project is 35 million. There's been 20 million made provision for in the council's own capital programme, leaving the gap of 15 million. There has been engagement with Scottish Government seeking contribution to that. At this time, that's not been forthcoming, so there is budget provision made within the revenue forecast for prudentially borrowing the additional 15 million required for completing the project.
Thank you. Do we have a timeline when we almost need a yes or no decision from the Scottish Government rather than just talking around in circles and not getting anywhere?
I don't think that's up to Alistair. I mean, obviously there's a timeline, I don't think so, but it's not really within the budget, sorry. I know we're all frustrated with that one, Damien, as well, but I'm not sure
but I'm sure there must be a time at some point where we say we do have to do prudential borrowing, as Greg has suggested, as opposed to just keep talking. So is there a pressure on the finances? Because obviously the works will have to be paid for at some point.
Alistair?
I can give assurance that the costs are built into the budget at present, so funding coming through would be able to decrease that pressure and release the provision that we have made.
Alistair, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Does having a no compulsory redundancy policy both have a financial impact to the council but prevent council employees on being long-term full-time contracts?
Leslie?
So we operate a no compulsory redundancy position. Sorry, could you repeat the question, Dave?
Yeah, of course, Leslie. Part one
Sorry. There's noise going over it. Food is not permitted within the... Yes, Councillor McLennan, I'm dealing with it. So, colleagues, please be aware. I know it is travelling up here as well, David, so please be considerate of colleagues sitting around you, particularly if you're eating crisps. Okay. Now, I'm completely... Damien, I take it you'd asked a question, and it seems to be you. I keep jumping in and stopping.
I'll repeat it, Provost.
Right, thank you.
Yeah, Leslie, it was, and I don't know if it's yourself or Alistair to comment on the financial impact to the council by not having a no compulsory redundancy, if there is a financial impact, but almost more importantly, does it prevent council employees on being on long-term full-time contracts?
So in terms of financial impact, we have successfully either been able to manage our workforce reductions that are required through voluntary severance or through our redeployment procedures. So in terms of financial impact, we've managed all of that within the savings targets that have been met. I'm not quite sure I understand the second question just around preventing...
Yeah, sure. Well, I believe, in fact, it's true that we put council employees on fixed-term contracts rather than put them on full-time contracts for that very reason, when I'm sure they much prefer to be on a full-time contract with the risk of redundancy further down the line, if that is the case, rather than every year or two having to wonder if they're going to be re-employed.
So we only utilise fixed-term contracts when there's uncertainty in funding. So if there is a post that is permanent within an establishment, then there's normally permanent funding that would sit behind that. Just because you're on a fixed-term contract, it doesn't negate the rights for any redundancy payment, depending on the reason for a contract coming to its end. So we would look at the reason for a contract and why that would be coming to an end before making an assessment of whether a payment was due to that employee. So it's not really around managing people on fixed-term contracts to avoid any future costs.
Thank you, Leslie. I mean, I've only been a councillor for 8 years, but I've yet to see a year where we don't have funding uncertainty, but maybe that'll change. I'd admire your positiveness there, Leslie. On page 15, we talk about the 20 million received in capital funding that's going to be used in regards to the climate emergency. How is this £20 million going to be used?
Craig?
Provost, I wonder if Councillor could just repeat that question and give me the reference.
Yeah, of course, Greg. It's on page 15, and it'll be regarding money received from the Scottish Government, and there's 20 million that is in capital funding that is going to be used with regards to the climate emergency.
Craig?
And I'm wondering, how is that £20 million going to be used?
Provost, the Director of Finance will address that question.
Okay, Alistair.
Thanks, Provost. So this is one of the lines that we've noted on page 15 from the Scottish Settlement as being one that we are waiting further clarity on from the Scottish Government. So a further 20 million of one-off capital funding to address the climate emergency is an item that requires further clarification. We will await that and then be able to report back to Council on the details and next steps.
Thank you.
Alistair, thank you very much, and I was impressed with the ball passing there, Craig. No further questions at this time, Provost.
Thank you. Okay, I've already got a couple of people who have already been in, so I'm going to take Councillor Boyle. Willie, and it's questions to the report, please.
Thanks, Chair. It's 65, 06C. My colleague, Councillor Ross.
Sorry, Willie, we didn't get that. Sorry. Maybe I got page 65 and then you...
65, OC6, my colleague Pauline Orr brought this up regarding to the waste bins. I brought a motion forward to the council 2 years ago.
Well, Pauline tried to bring that in, so it's within the report. So if it's a question and it's not to be political,
if I may ask my
officers, I will.
We have introduced this 2 years ago, and it was agreed. And I'm wondering if has this been included in here somewhere? Am I missing something? That because I would have expected to see something coming forward after 2 years, and would have expected to see if we were placing restrictions, there would be something in that regarding increased income generation.
Well, can I just, nobody's actually quite sure what it is you're talking about, but 2 years ago and what's in 6B? So 2
years ago, I brought forward a motion regarding the issue with large waste containers.
Yes, and we addressed that issue with Councillor Orr.
And I would have thought after 2 years it may have been something that had been progressed. And especially under 06C, where it's increased income generation from enforcement. If we were restricting these things, I would take it we would be generating income from enforcement as well. Can somebody enlighten me, please?
Well, that's not part of the paper, talking, and that's already that we had.
It's about income generation from enforcement activity.
Yeah, but it's nothing to do with 2 years ago and any political motion that was put forward. So I'm going to, if you have any further questions.
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Page 46, C21, regarding broadcasting meetings. We regularly declare on our paperwork about being open, honest and accountable. As Meatloaf would say, 2 to 3 ain't bad, but not in this set of circumstances, however. I know many people who comment that they use this service, and I'm wondering what weight has been considered as to the removal of this service and the loss rather than improvement of openness and accountability.
Can I just ask what service it is you're relating to what's going to be lost? Sorry.
Broadcasting meetings.
Okay, right. Leslie, sorry, I've got it now. I'm still in.
Thank you, Provost. When we have looked at the details of this measure, we're obviously considering that people can attend council committees if they choose to do so in place of the broadcast that would be available.
But
thank you.
That's what we did in the past. We're moving back the way instead of forward.
Okay, no comments. Councillor Boyle, do you have any further questions?
Yeah, it mentions a saving of 51,000 to switch this broadcasting off. It seems to be a wee bit high. Is there a breakdown in that available for me?
Looking at this, as I mentioned earlier, it's around the operation of the equipment in the chamber and the resource that's utilised to do that. So we would be implementing a different operating model in the chamber.
So is there a breakdown in that 51,000?
Yeah, it would be based on staffing costs.
Staffing costs, okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, right, before I move on to the final two speakers who have already, questions have already been in, is there anyone else wanting to ask any questions? Okay, I'm going to go, right. I now have 3 that have already been in and wanting back in. Councillor Boyle, I'll take yourself. Councillor Tony Boyle.
Thanks. What would be the impact on the IGIB for the service delivery if the £2.9 million over the next 2 financial years wasn't delivered? In other words, if the money wasn't given.
Joe?
Thank you, Provost. If
2.9 million was not provided, then we would be having to consider and progress and present to the IJB 3 of the highest risk savings that the service has had to consider. And these concern day services for adults, arrangements around recommissioning care at home support for older people, and applying financial limits to the provision of care and only providing care when we have available budget. They are high risk savings in the extreme because of the impact on people who are assessed as eligible for social care support, because the risks to their health, well-being and independence is substantial or critical, and these savings options would present a risk to the unpaid carers of people who are assessed as being eligible directly for support. They would also present a significant risk to the performance of social work services, because despite the fact that of course we can always continue to make improvements, we do provide care when it is needed to older people who are living at home and want to remain living at home for the rest of their lives. And these measures individually and collectively present a risk to the Council's statutory duties in terms of the provision of the range of services generally required to address need, and also in relation to our obligations to address unmet need when people are assessed. Thank you very much, Provost.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, Councillor Boyle. You got another question? No. Thank you. Councillor Cohen.
Thanks, Chair. Provost. Can I ask that with inflation and interest rates falling, will this help the budgetary pressures on the Council?
Alistair?
There may be some marginal benefit that the Council will face. So we go through every cost line by line. Most of the costs will be fixed. A lot will be contractually driven, so there will be limitations to the impact of falling inflation. There are some lines of inflation there are some lines in the cost model that will be more directly impacted by inflation, but it will very much depend on which line of inflation there is. So when we take a measure like CPI, for example, that's a basket of measures, and it would depend on which part of that basket impacts on the Council directly. So there isn't a direct link between a measure like CPI, which we hear about regularly, and the costs that the Council faces. But overall, yes, decreasing inflation should have a consequent benefit on the Council. We assess that as part of our update of the budget model, and we bring that forward to councillors for consideration.
Thank you. Regarding St Kent, what is the annual cost of prudential borrowing, or what is the likely cost of prudential borrowing, and over what period?
Alistair?
It's a 1 million cost per year over 30 years, and that's built into the budget model.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Provost.
Yeah. Councillor Miller. Andrew?
Thanks, Provost. Just a quick clarification, hopefully. It's around the broadcasting of meetings. It was stated that it was savings were staffing costs and then meeting support. I'm assuming we are still intending to have hybrid meetings where people can join online. So won't we still have the staffing costs required to support that?
Leslie?
Thank you, Provost. We will have hybrid meetings, but they'll be managed in a different way. So we're looking at how we can do that more efficiently.
Thank you. Okay, is there anybody else wishing to come in that hasn't already been in? Okay, we're now down to final 3, which will be Councillor McLennan, Councillor Clark and Councillor McKee-Shemalt. David?
At the risk of sounding like a broken record, I'd like to refer to page 2, which is the Council values. Caring and compassionate, open, honest and accountable, collaborative, inclusive and adaptive. And ask if you can explain how that relates to page 46, moving from broadcasting Council committee meetings online to providing public access only at physical meeting. That does not compute.
Leslie?
Thank you, Provost. When we have looked at this, we've obviously taken account of feedback that's come back through the public consultation, which made reference to the costs associated with this and the value of people accessing that. We've also looked at numbers of people that are accessing the meetings and the location of that, and have felt that on balance there would not be a detriment to people having accessibility based on comments, the numbers using it, and the fact that they will still be able to come and present in the chamber if there is something that they would want to hear discussed.
I'm going to just bring in the Chief Executive as well, David, okay? And then you.
Thanks, Provost. Yeah, I mean, just to clarify, some of the numbers are very small in terms of those accessing meetings, and even for some key meetings, it was as low as half a dozen people. And many of them we suspect within the Civic Centre. So the actual use of the facility by the public is actually quite tiny.
Okay. Okay. Have you got another question? Comments were coming up after this, David. Once I'm finished with questions, if you're wanting a comment, I'll bring you in at comments, okay? So, Councillor Clark.
Thanks, Provost. It's to go back to the bins again, so page 65. I suppose it's just regarding the possible charging for lost and stolen bins, and are the council aware that there's councils in England that have reintroduced bin replacements because of the significant fall in recycling and the equally significant increase in charges to landfill? Are we confident that the costs of possible increases in landfill charges will not negate any savings made by charging?
David, thank you.
Yes, Chair, I'm confident of that.
Thank you. Councillor McKee-Schemmel. Moira?
Thanks. I suspect my question might have been answered. It comes back to Leslie and the broadcasting. And we know that public bodies have a public duty in order to meet the needs of people with disabilities, and it could have been seen that making access, online access to people who weren't able to make a public meeting, that could be seen as a reasonable adjustment or an anticipatory measure to meet the needs of those people. Was there a quality impact assessment done on this in terms of people who might not be able to, who might need that facility in order to be able to access a meeting?
There was an impact assessment done, and obviously it was an area that was highlighted that it might prove more problematic for people, as you describe.
I'm guessing that, going by what was said, that the numbers are quite small, that it wasn't considered as being reasonable to deliver because of the numbers?
Given the numbers viewing and the feedback from the consultation, it was felt that it wasn't significant enough to
I understand. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, colleagues, I'm now going to open it up for comments. Is there any comments to the paper? Councillor Damien Doran-Timpson, followed by Councillor McLennan. Damien, you have 3 minutes.
Provost, don't need anything like that. I just want to put on record my gratitude and appreciation, and I'm sure my group would back me on this, to the finance team for all the work they've done, especially with an abbreviated process that the council has been forced into. I think the finance team have been outstanding, and I just want to say that we really do appreciate it, and to keep that on record. Thank you, Provost.
Thank you. Councillor McLennan.
Yes, what my comment's going to be. I think it's reprehensible that the ability for the public to be able to see democracy at work is being taken away. It's almost Orwellian, almost shutting out the public, and I completely disagree with this.
Thanks, David. Thank you. Councillor Campbell.
Thank you, Provost. I just wanted also to put my thanks on record to the finance team, both for pulling this report together and for all the help and assistance they've given myself and the SNP group, and particularly given the very condensed amount of time they had available to pull this report together due to deliberate actions of the Westminster Labour government. So thank you very much for all of the support and assistance that you have given and for pulling this report together in such a short period of time.
Councillor Stafford.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, I'll just reiterate my thanks to the finance team as well for their patience with us. I don't think anyone in this chamber underestimates the financial pressures facing this council and every council across the UK. But I want to put on record that I am concerned that there are likely to be a number of unintended consequences and risks associated with the implementation of the cross-boundary funding proposal here. I was surprised to see in the papers that this savings measure was listed as low risk, because I feel there is a significant risk that these savings will not materialise, and that instead the impact on children currently attending those nurseries from out with West Lothian, but also on our own West Lothian children, will suffer as a consequence. I was surprised in the integrated impact assessment that it stated there would be no specific impacts on sex foreseen. Childcare policy is a profoundly gendered issue, and we know that it's women that will bear the brunt of any gaps in childcare. It will be women that cut their hours, as we've heard, and give up jobs to accommodate care and responsibilities. So I can't agree with that assessment that we had in the papers. But this is a Hobson's choice that we've been given. This is 700 or 900,000, almost £1 million of money to find in an already really constrained education budget. I don't believe that it had to come to this today, though. I think had this administration actually listened to what parents were telling them in their consultations years ago and responded to what those actual needs were, we wouldn't be facing this cliff edge at this moment. I think it's incredibly sad when we see policy changes that should only ever be concerned with educational outcomes and improvements presented for the first time as part of budget papers without any discussion in the education executive. The 1140 hours has been a transformative policy, and I appreciate there are challenges that have been outlined about its delivery, but I think, as Sharon fairly said, that these do need to be dealt with at a national level, that we can't solve that here. But especially with such rapidly changing demographics and work patterns, I think locally we need to be building trust with partnerships. That's with all providers and other local authorities where our children benefit, to ensure that we have got a system that's sustainable and fit for the future. And I think had this administration approached this more strategically and actually done the work with this, I believe better outcomes would have been possible.
Thank you. Councillor Fitzpatrick.
Thank you very much, Provost. I think we should thank not only our finance team, but those across all our services, education, social work, operational services, etc. Because of the very tight timescale, we've been working day and night and over weekends. They have prepared the most detailed papers for the PDSPs, which were open to every member to attend, and for any members of the public to attend if they so wished, to hear their answers and to hear answers to their questions. This is the most difficult budget I've sat through in my 27th budget, and I have no doubt that the enormous pressures on all local authorities, considering 10 years council tax freeze, it hollowed out all councils. It was popular at the time, don't pay any more than council tax, wages went up, costs went up. Ring fencing increased, centralisation increased, and I think our officers have done a superb job in providing us with very difficult choices. It's not easy. And I know there are officers at all levels very concerned about the quality and level of service that they provide. So I'd like that on record. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Adamson, followed by Councillor Pattle. Alison.
Thanks, Provost. I just want to reiterate what colleagues have been saying about saying thank you to the people who have helped us to look at things within this budget. PDSPs. I sit on 3 PDSPs, and I know that the questions and answers that we got were well prepared. We had a lot of information given to us, and listening to some of the questions in here, I actually wonder if anybody ever listens to what's being told. We know that we're facing huge pressures. Everybody understands that. There's not one councillor in this chamber that would disagree with that. But there's also, apart from all the hard-working council staff who have prepared everything from finance to housing to, I'm sorry, there's so many people that it's like doing an acceptance speech. I don't know who I'm going to miss out, so I'm just going to say to everyone within the council, we have a really good council. And I'm going to say that quite openly. Politics aside, we have a well-run council, and we have a lot of very experienced people who know what they're talking about. And we're at their mercy when it comes to having the facts and figures given to us. So I just want to say, and certainly I know I'm speaking on behalf of a lot of other people, thank you. Thank you for everything you do. A lot of what you do is behind the scenes, and people don't know just how much you do help councillors. I also want to say a very important thank you to a lot of people, namely 17,656 of them. These are the people who responded to the Your Council, Your Say consultation. I believe it was a record-breaking number of people in the public who engaged, and those comments, every single one of them, were looked at. They were used to take into consideration policy formulation, looking at costings and listening to what people had to say. And there were a lot of surprises, I'm going to say that much, but there were also things that we knew that it was good to hear from the general public. So thank you to everybody in the general public who...
Alison, 30 seconds.
Thank you. I just want to throw in the fact that the Scottish Government had an underspend last year, £500 million. Okay, it's going to get spent next year. And putting it in perspective, that's worth £200 per council taxpayer in Scotland. Can you imagine if we'd got a share of that? Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Pato, followed by Councillor Dixon.
Thanks very much, Provost. It's a run of thank yous. I think we're all getting it in before we get into the weeds of the debate later on. So I just want to extend a huge thank you to the officers for all the work and the time that has clearly gone into bringing these proposals forward today. Also, thank you for answering my queries. I really valued, and I think this is also going to be thanks to you, Provost, and to the council leader as well, for allowing me to participate in the special PDSPs, not just attend the ones that I'm not a part of. I really valued that time to be able to really dig into the proposals, what they meant. And again, I was really impressed with the amount of information that was given to us by officers. And also thank you for answering all my Daft Lassie questions offline as well, because I've asked a lot of them in recent weeks. And before we do get into the debate, where it's all likely to get a bit tetchy, while we all still love each other, thanks very much to all colleagues across the chamber as well, because I've had some really positive meetings with all the parties here today. It has been a very, very difficult process because, as we have been saying for a couple of years now, there is very little fat left to cut. We are now faced with actual difficult decisions that are having real world impacts on families' lives, such as we've heard here this morning. So thank you very much to all colleagues from across the chamber for being willing to at least sit with me and discuss ideas. That's it.
Thank you. Councillor Dixon, followed by Councillor Mary Dixon, followed by Councillor Orr. Councillor McLennan, you've already been in, so you won't get in again for a comment. No problem. You can come in during the debate later on if there's any motions or amendments, and I'm sure there will be. So Councillor Dixon, Mary.
I just wanted to put my views about the recordings. I was surprised and disappointed at how few people actually listening. And I'm wondering if it's widely known in West Lothian that you can tune into these meetings, committee meetings, and know what's going on within your area. Thank you.
Thanks, Mary. Councillor Orr. Pauline.
Thanks, Chair. Firstly, I just wanted to extend my thanks to all the teams who, as we've already said, have given their invaluable help, to all teams who have been working so hard on the budget today. But one thing I do take offence at really is the misinformation being put out there just a few moments ago by Councillor Adamson in respect of the £500 million underspend. That is money that is committed to other services. It's already been designated. It is not an underspend, and that has been repeatedly put out into the public there. And she can talk away in the background and be rude because...
Right, colleagues, please. Councillor Orr, continue.
The facts need to be the facts need to be out there, so I just want that put on record. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor McKee-Schemmel. Moira?
While we're in giving our thanks, I really want to give my genuine thanks to the education staff, to Greg and Siobhan and Lisa Maria and Dr. Elaine Cook, because you've been really helpful, really supportive, really transparent in all the information, and I have to thank you sincerely for all the help that you've given. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Doran Timson. Angela?
Thank you, Provost. Provost, I'd also like to echo my colleagues' comments and put on record my thanks to the finance team. Linda has been extremely helpful and very supportive, and we would just like to say thank you. Thanks, Provost.
Thank you. Is there any further comments? No. Colleagues, do we have any motions? Councillor Fitzpatrick?
Yes, I have a motion and it has been sent to committee services, and I do have a seconder in Councillor Mannion. Thank you.
And seconder is?
Councillor, sorry.
So, thank you, Provost.
Thank you. Val, can you confirm you have received a motion from Councillor Fitzpatrick?
I do, thank you, Provost, and I can get that circulated to members
That
now.
can be circulated, that would be good. Thank you. Right. Colleagues, it is just to advise, depending on the size of any motions and amendments, I will be making the necessary arrangements for adjournments for time for colleagues to read motions and amendments, okay? Colleagues, I'm now going to allow 10 minutes for the reading of the motion. Thank you. Councillor Patel, you okay? Sorry. All right, sorry, I thought you were having a conversation. I thought you were, right, sorry. Colleagues, that's been 5 minutes. Are you wanting any more time, or would you like me to carry on? I'll just wait for another 5 minutes. Okay. Thanks, colleagues. Thank you. Before I invite the mover of the motion to speak to his motion, I just want to check with Leslie that the motion meets the rules on competency and lawfulness. Leslie?
Thank you, Provost. I can confirm that the motion has been checked and has been verified as being both competent and lawful.
Thank you. I'm going to invite the Finance Minister, Alistair, on the financial implications on the motion. Alistair?
Thanks, Provost. I'm content with the financial implications as set out in the motion.
Thank you. Councillor Fitzpatrick can speak to your motion. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Provost. As I've said, this has been the most difficult budget ever that I've experienced. And it's patently obvious that the officers have gone line by line, every entry in the books, been scrutinised, it's been analysed, it's been given a balance. Is this a statutory duty or a non-statutory duty? And we do look for best outcomes in the worst of circumstances. It is the case that COSLA, which consists of all political parties, requested 16 billion from the Scottish Government, and we were given 15 billion. That 1 billion is a huge, huge shortfall. That's why every council of every colour up and down Scotland, some are pushing for double-figure increases, whether they be Conservative, SNP, Labour, whatever. The reason that I am moving 7.4% as opposed to the officer's recommendation of 8.4% is to give weight to concerns by ordinary working people that that burden would just be a little too heavy. So we are lightening the load as far as humanly possible and recommending a 7.4% increase. But that increase is strongly predicated on sorting out the potholes, and we've had it from our head of operational services how that will be done, and putting in that essential 2.9 million to the Integration Joint Board. I've thought about this very carefully. I listened to the head of social work very carefully at the TDSP, and as a human being, I don't want to see anybody suffer or die prematurely because we are not providing that level of care, which is desperately, desperately needed. That shortfall of a million, I ask Council to agree a drawdown on a one-off basis from the budget contingency, which sits at 6.7 million. Hopefully, this may be reduced to the extent that additional savings and income can be secured before the next again financial year 27-28 dawns on us. It would leave a contingency balance of 5.7 million. And to address the recurring budget pressures of 1 million, we instruct officers to take forward the review to identify and quantify options to address this pressure on a recurring basis, that they consider economic development, regeneration, community learning and the advice services during the forthcoming fiscal year, to take into account external grant funding and consider the most effective model for service delivery built around customer needs, and very importantly, improving customer pathways. Life in this country just is not about getting disabled people or people who are out of work benefits. It's about showing them the path, signposting them so they can get back into work, so they can go to college, so they can get into extra learning, rather than being perhaps not economically active. And we should also ask officers to cover a broad spectrum of income generation and increasing council tax charges for second homes, long-term empty properties, and to come back to Council Executive in the summer to update on options capable of delivering a maximum of £1 million. What I would say, listening today, probably the heaviest criticism, some of which I considered unfair, focused on our education services. As far as I'm concerned, and I sit as a Vice Chair to Councillor Maguire, we have a first-class service, highly qualified and experienced and dedicated officers.
30 seconds.
And it is the case, and I sit in 3 parent councils, and I wander round, and I've been where we go round schools, nurseries, excellent from HMIE, excellent, excellent. And the last time I was in
Could you sum up, Councillor Fitzpatrick, please?
And just basically, I ask Council to support this motion. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Mannion, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Provost. This administration has a clear purpose to ensure a fair and balanced budget that will protect the most vulnerable in our communities and continue to ensure high quality public services to the whole population of West Lothian. I say continue because despite the challenges caused by a reduction in resources in real terms over a number of years, we will have seen significant achievements across key services. They are there highlighted in the report, but I'll focus on a couple. We have a track record of high educational attainment across the county, notably supporting positive results for those students who come from poorest areas. Our anti-poverty services do a great job in helping those most in need maximise income. Our economic development team has a proven track record of supporting new and established businesses across a wide variety of sectors. This is a well-run council, but everything we do is threatened by year-on-year real cuts in the money available to us. Have a look at the detail in D3. Since 2008 and by the end of 2028, this council will have had to make over £203 million saving. Yet the gap between what we have and what we need is steadily increasing. Most notably, the demand for social care has been increasing steadily for decades. Councillor has stated we have seen only 30% of what we need across Scotland for social care. I can only assume from all of this that the Scottish Government are walking away from their responsibilities when it comes to local services. I don't think they like local councils. They may be playing politics, but in reality, it is not the institution that gets hurt, it's those that need our services most. The consultation has been extensive and has informed this budget plan. We will continue to listen. We will continue to provide the best services we can under increasingly difficult circumstances. We will fight for the resources that we need. It is a turbulent political and economic environment in which we live.
30 seconds.
As an administration, we will provide stability and community and continuity. We will be ambitious for the organisation and for our services. And as a minority administration, we will continue to be inclusive and maintaining a solid relationship with all our partner agencies. And we will ensure that there is place for West Lothian at regional and national level. Thank you, Provost.
Thank you. Colleagues, do we have any amendments? Councillor Pato?
I do have an amendment.
Okay. Do you have a seconder?
No, I don't.
Unfortunately, Councillor Pato, without a seconder, then the amendment will fall.
Exactly, yes.
We will note your dissent on the minute. It will be noted. Okay. Do we have any amendments? Councillor Campbell? Yeah. Have a seconder? Have I told you about waving at me? Councillor Orr, thank you. Okay, has it been sent to committee services? Okay. Al, can you confirm you've received it?
Yes, I'm in receipt of that amendment, Provost.
Thank you. Can you pass it out to everyone? Thank you. Colleagues, you'll be aware this is a very long amendment of actually 16 pages. Colleagues, it's my intention to adjourn committee for 30 minutes to allow colleagues to read this amendment. Thank you. Colleagues, it's just to advise this will not include a break time. The break will still be every 2 hours. So this is an adjournment to read the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Provost. I can confirm that the amendment has been considered by the clerk and has been verified as being competent and lawful.
Thank you. Alistair, can I just check if there's any financial implications on the amendment?
Thanks, Provost. I'm content with the financial implications as set out in the amendment.
It's lovely. Just go straight over to Councillor Campbell. Councillor Campbell, you have 5 minutes to raise your amendment.
Okay, thank you, Provost. But before I speak to the SNP budget amendment, I want to say something very clearly to the people of West Lothian. The reason we are proposing this rise in council tax today is entirely caused by Labour Party decisions, financial mismanagement seen again today, and incompetence at a West Lothian and a Westminster level. I also want to say to the people of West Lothian and to the Labour Party sitting opposite, the Labour Party in the Scottish Parliament made absolutely no proposals in Holyrood to increase the funding for local government in the Scottish Government budget. None, nada, zilch. It's hypocritical in the extreme for you now to lament the funding provided by the Scottish Government to local authorities when your colleagues made no attempt to change it. It's not only West Lothian Labour who have no foresight, no strategy and no plan to make things better for working people. The rise in employers' national insurance, and I'll remind people again, that was not in the manifesto in which the Labour Party were elected to government 18 months ago, although I'm sure for some of us it feels much longer, increases the burden on West Lothian Council again this year to over £4 million. This pressure will only continue to build due to decisions made by a party based in London. In addition to this unacceptable pressure on this council, money is being paid back for PFI projects initiated by a previous Labour administration cost this council over £25 million last year alone. Don't forget, this is our money being paid out to private companies for loans and service charges at a rate which far exceeds the actual cost of the project. These are the real reasons why this council has budget pressures, causing the need to raise council tax. So Councillor Fitzpatrick and his group need to be honest with the people of West Lothian. The SNP budget amendment is one which seeks to strengthen our social contract with the people of West Lothian. It is based on fairness, but has, by necessity, to take account of the situation. Decisions made by the Labour Party, both locally in West Lothian and at Westminster, have left this council in. The amendment protects public services and introduces spend to save, rather than further austerity. This is a reasoned and importantly strategic approach to the finances of West Lothian Council. We've heard today from the Director of Finance and the budget papers of future risks, uncertainties and cost pressures that could impact on this council next year and the year after. The budget motion put forward ensures that these risks, uncertainties and cost pressures are magnified next year. Utilisation of contingencies in this way is extremely poor financial management. So for the Labour Party, you have no one else to blame if West Lothian Council finds itself facing increased pressures next year and in the future. It's all down to you. This budget amendment will guarantee £1 million in each of the next 2 years, £2 million in total, to tackle potholes and the backlog and defective road repairs. And we also suggest that monies should be ring-fenced to employ additional staff in the roads team over the summertime when road repairs are most effective. While the Westminster Way has seen a majority of children fall below the minimum income scale, the SNP government in Holyrood is offering the most comprehensive cost of living support package in the UK, putting Scottish households first amid chaos from the Labour Party in Westminster. The SNP want to build on that in West Lothian. We want to ensure beyond any doubt that community centres in every community in West Lothian will remain open. These precious spaces are absolutely vital for local engagement, for anti-poverty efforts, for mental health and social isolation support, and for educational and social
30 seconds, Janet.
Throughout every community. This Labour Tory administration wants you to believe that the recent spin they have put on the most up-to-date report regarding your treasured local place. They want you to believe that after voting through savings to community centres last year, they now actually want to maintain them. We recognise a different model is needed. However, this council needs to do this in a way which brings communities with us by using a bottom-up approach and understanding that it's people
please, Councillor Campbell,
in our communities who know best what is needed. One final statement, if you don't mind, Provost. Scotland is energy rich, but Westminster is destroying any potential we have. By working together with relevant stakeholders, we can create a local energy hub that will put West Lothian's energy potential in West Lothian's hands.
Thank you. Councillor Orr, you have 3 minutes. Sorry, Pauline, you need to put on your button, your microphone. There we go.
I'll start again. I'm delighted to second this amendment from the SNP group today. The reason poverty exists is not because we can't feed the poor, it's because we can't satisfy the rich. And this SNP group budget has our communities at its heart as we strive to deliver meaningful assistance during this cost of living crisis and work to abate future pressures. We are in this position because of the disastrous financial undertakings imposed on West Lothian communities by this administration. Their attack line is that this is the fault of Scottish Government, but let me make this quite clear. This situation sits squarely in the hands of Westminster. Sharon Graham, General Secretary of Unite, the biggest financial backer of Labour, quoted, "Local authorities are heading towards bankruptcy. This Labour government now needs to do the right thing, restructure the debt and fund local government fairly." These statements reference English councils, so I put this to you. What chance does Scotland have under their watch when they are destroying their own backyard? And I would have liked to have taken credit for this myself, but again, another quote from Sharon Graham. "Instead of snatching crumbs from workers and pensioners and the disabled, Labour should target the massive concentration of wealth built up by the richest 1%. A wealth tax, as well as fairer taxes on corporate profiteers and highest earners, would deliver far more money than the cuts and benefits to public services. A bold new direction looking at strategically to the future is needed to review, revise and implement meaningful improvements that will make a difference. It won't happen overnight, but the foundations are there to make things better, and that starts with income generation. Registration services can do much more with minor investment. Why have we not done this before? Conservative estimates benchmarked against other local authorities suggest an increased income of one-third, £100,000 per annum. A business case for improvements was agreed 5 years ago for £20,000, but never released to use. So while I recognise and welcome this is now being taken forward, in reality we could have missed out on around £500,000 of income because of a
30 seconds, Pauline.
Indeed, last year, the SNP group asked for the funds to be released. We're also looking after research and discussion with the anti-poverty services. Evidences much of the rent arrears could have been avoided. And the SNP group today seeks to build on a composite motion agreed in January to tackle rent pressures robustly with targeted measures using 2 additional staff for a fixed-year contract to get things moving and make a difference. That will help to alleviate homeless pressures. So this council needs to be prudent, adopt a big picture mindset and strategy to drive long-term results. Short-term fixes are no longer
Thank you, Councillor Orr. Thank you. Do we have any further amendments? If there's no further amendments, is there any colleagues wishing to speak? Councillor Maguire. Andrew, you have 3 minutes.
Yeah, thank you very much, Provost. And it was remiss of me during comments not to put on record my thanks to the Education Senior Management team. The help and support provided to me as the Education Chair is invaluable. This is my 9th budget. Difficult to believe, I know, but given my baby face, but I've been here for almost 10 years. And I think Val could have sat at home today and I could have written the minutes for her because it's the same debate after 9 long years. The problems that the council faces
are not of its own makings. The problems the council faces financially are all because we don't have the levers to control policy in the areas that we would want to. In homelessness, the Scottish Government have got a target to end homelessness, yet pressure increases year on year. Social care, as my colleague Councillor Mannion identified, has been a rise in pressure for 20 plus years, yet there's no concrete plan to resolve that. Early learning and childcare, which was a feature of the discussion this morning, it's not a policy measure that we control, and it's not something we can do. Sympathetic as I am to the people that came and gave deputations today, regrettably it's a decision we have to make to balance the books of the council. The proposals brought forward or suggested by one of the deputations about a national model of funding would probably be welcome and is something that could be explored, but regrettably councillors here in West Lothian do not have the ability to influence or to make that change. Councillor Stafford offered discussion on that, and I would welcome any discussion on any change that could be made to that, because I do think it's a problem, and I recognise some of the comments that she made that it could impact families and create great difficulty. That being said, I think that the motion that's been brought forward is the best we can do given the grave financial circumstances of the council. I particularly welcome the investment in potholes, which I know occupy a huge amount of time in my inbox recently, and I also welcome the additional funding for the IJB, and I do live in hope that a longer term solution to the crisis in social care will be brought very soon, and with that I will be supporting the motion. Thanks, Provost.
Thank you, thank you. Colleagues, just before I move on, Councillor Fitzpatrick, you've already been in, so... Thank you. Okay, Councillor McLennan. David, you have 3 minutes.
I read the SNP amendment with a mixture of astonishment and disbelief. I think it was the 4th time that you mentioned independence that you lost me. There was nothing in there about the cross-boundary payments that we talked about this morning. The feasibility study to consider the implications of an organisation to manage the community facilities, I thought that was called West Lothian Council. And the cessation of the bulletin is just another bullet in the neck of democracy. First of all, you know, we want to get away with videoing the meetings, and then you want to take away the newspaper copies that goes out to every single constituent in the ward, so that they have no idea, they have no way of finding out what's going on. So I'm afraid for these reasons I'm against the motion.
Thank you. Councillor Miller. Andrew, you have 3 minutes.
Thanks, Provost. Since everybody seems to be a theme, I think this, including the District Council, this will be my 33rd budget. God help us all. It's that time of year again when Labour, allegedly in charge, look to blame everybody except themselves, and yet not once do they or their colleagues in Edinburgh specifically put any positive alternatives forward. Here in West Lothian, they continue to oversee a dire cuts-based agenda with zero vision, zero inspiration, and no visible leadership whatsoever. And I think I would add at this point that spending £1 million of reserves on recurrent expenditure is version and financial incompetence. Perhaps the best or worst example...
Colleagues, just sorry Andrew, and I will stop the clock there. If we are going to have conversations outside and we can respect each and everyone who is speaking, please, thank you. Andrew.
Thanks, Provost. Perhaps the best or perhaps the worst example of this lack of vision is the community centre debacle. There were so many opportunities to do things differently, if only you had listened to the people. Managing committees are starting to be wound up, letting fees are increasing, opening hours cut, and many groups are now having to consider if they can even survive. Organisations such as community food outlets who support the most vulnerable in society and help deliver on council priorities now face up to £100 a day increase in costs. As well as having to consider their future, we must know every penny taken by the council in letting fees is a penny not spent on vulnerable families. The SNP budget today seeks to do things differently. I was actually Chair of Education when we successfully supported the creation of Simply Play to save our failing after-school sector. Something similar, a social enterprise or third sector body to run our community centres could save significant amounts of money, provide opportunities to revitalise the use and return ownership to the people. Another area where this Labour administration, I believe, has failed the people of West Lothian is its lack of support for the voluntary organisations. We all know the value of the third sector, and yet year-on-year freezing of funding whilst charities face spiralling costs such as living wage, national insurance contributions, soaring utility bills, has cut the sector to the bone. Last year, half of those applying for funding received nothing at all, and those who did receive something did not receive the amount they requested, and I believe it's going to be even more demand this year. In SNP, we value the work of the voluntary sector and propose a significant increase to the bid-in fund. This council spends millions on private profit-making companies. It's time we paid more attention to the excellent not-for-profit sector. These are just two of the many differences between a dynamic, forward-looking SNP budget and yet another unimaginative, cuts-based Labour budget. Support the amendment or continue to be complicit in the decline of West Lothian. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor McMillan. Anne?
Oh, yes, thanks, Provost. I heard Councillor Campbell ask the Labour group in our amendment talk there to be honest with the people at West Lothian. So I'm going to try my best here and give them some facts. Since 2007 to 2025-26, the council's had to save £184.5 million. And if you add the next 2 years, 2026, 27 and 27, 28, where they propose saving measures, that'll total £203.4 million that this council will have had to deliver to balance the books. And that's honesty, for the Labour group here. This means that council services have taken the brunt of these savings, and not just this council but across Scotland, council services have been severely weakened and curtailed because of almost 2 decades of the SNP government neglect of our council services. And I say all services across the council, and none more so than social care. Social care services in particular, we know they're finding it increasingly difficult to ensure a continuation of the excellent service which is provided here in West Lothian with our excellent teams. They're constantly underfunded, and given that here in West Lothian, we have one of the fastest growing elderly populations in Scotland, where the figures show by 2028, the population here, aged 75 and over, is expected to increase by 39%. And for comparison, the national average is 25%. So you can understand the difficulties faced here in West Lothian. And you may know as well that COSLA had highlighted that the Scottish budget fell short of the £750 million needed for social care, and it was needed to manage increasing demand and complexity pressures. The budget before you today includes
30 seconds, Anne.
£124.1 million, along with an additional £2.9 million to help address this to the IJB. But I'm going to say this, colleagues, you might remember that the SNP tried a thing called the National Care Service, and we all know how that went. The SNP spent £28 million on it and then scrapped it. So I'll not be taking any poor financial management advice for Councillor Campbell on that either. Thank you.
Thank you. Before I bring in Councillor Meek, Councillor Manning, you've already been in. Sorry, your light's on. Thank you. Councillor Meek, you have 3 minutes.
Thanks very much, Provost. I think it's really important to be clear about the situation that we face here today. And as we heard from the leader and deputy leader, that local government in Scotland is enduring a financial crisis at a severity that's never been experienced before. And I think it's very important to be clear where the blame lies here, and that's at the hands of this SNP-controlled Scottish government. I think it's really important that everybody reiterates so the public understand the savings, the massive savings that we've had to deliver here in West Lothian. 184 million in cuts since 2007. Now that's simply not just trimming around the edges. That's a fundamental restructure about how we operate. I've heard from the council leader also saying about COSLA was very clear on its ask to the Scottish Government. Instead, they left the councils to deliver more cuts and left services, including social care, dangerously exposed. Scottish Government talks about partnership. In practice, it has been about control and without responsibility, leaving councils to carry the can. Over the years, the Scottish Government's frittered away money. We don't even need to look far for that, such as the ferry fiasco, the deposit return scheme, and as Anne pointed out there, the failed National Care Service project. What could that money have been used for? What services could that have been used for in this council? Councils up and down Scotland are all saying the same thing. Public bodies are crying out for investment. We all can't be wrong. Accounts Commission, Audit Scotland have warned about this unsustainable trajectory. Yet the Scottish Government continue to centralise power while squeezing the very services that community rely on, such as social care, homelessness service, education support and local infrastructure. This budget today is about responsibility. It protects our most vulnerable by investing in the IJB to safeguard frontline services. It's about dignity, well-being and the well-being of lots of vulnerable people in West Lothian. Residents are also fed up hearing about false promises, and they're also fed up about the state of the infrastructure, including our roads. This budget is aimed at tackling that, offering practical action to deliver for West Lothian, whilst the Scottish Government has failed to deliver sustainable capital investment. I'm not going to sit here today and pretend and decisions have been easy, because they've not been. On reading the SNP amendment, I wouldn't say it's a budget, it's more like a book. I'm quite undecided whether it should be in the fiction file or the fantasy file. But certainly what I will say is support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stafford. Pauline, you have 3 minutes.
Thanks, Provost. The context is important here. I think we talk about Scotland as if it's unique facing these pressures and these budget pressures in councils right up and down the UK. That's why we want control and responsibility, because we know we can do better for people than this. Right across the UK, we should be able to do better. But without those controls, we can change very little here, as we've heard from Councillor Maguire. We are operating in an exceptionally difficult financial climate. We have had 16 years of austerity and continued economic instability, not to mention many 40-year-old policies from Thatcher that I think are now coming home to roost. But difficult circumstances make clarity, vision and ambition more important than ever. And what we have in the Labour motion here is a motion basically focused on short-term cost control rather than looking at long-term resilience and transformation for this council. I don't think it's a prudent administration that includes spending our one-off reserves on recurring expenses. We've seen this year changes to community centres that risk weakening the very community life that they were designed to support. We're looking at adjustments to nursery provision without sufficiently clear long-term strategy from the administration or robust support and evidence. And there's very little in here about meaningful or tangible revenue generation or economic growth. Beyond exploring, it says broad spectrum of income generation. We've pushed this on every single budget since I joined the council to look at income generation. And here we're pinning our hopes on a vague reference to a broad spectrum while we spend our reserves. I think the context is really important. We're paying over £21 million a year for historic PFI commitments that Rachel Reeves is threatening to bring back. The changes to national insurance contributions imposed by Westminster without fully funding the impact on local government. We've had Brexit opposed by Scotland, which is costing our economy £4 billion annually. And now we've heard today that the replacement EU structural funds have been severely reduced and centralised, which is limiting resources and local control of these funds, which we relied on for really important employment programmes. Those decisions have consequences for a council like ours. So our amendment is setting out a constructive and forward-looking alternative. We've proposed a 30% uplift to support vital third sector organisations because we recognise the essential role that they play in sustaining our communities and preventing crisis for people. We've got a feasibility study
30 seconds, Pauline.
To develop a sustainable long-term model for community centres. We want a local energy hub to harness West Lothian's incredible geothermal potential for community benefit and to support our anti-poverty service with a targeted pilot aimed at reducing homeless overspend. West Lothian is one of the fastest growing local authorities in Scotland for a reason. That growth reflects strong communities, economic opportunity and a fantastic quality.
Can I ask you to sum up, please?
Yep. So the question for us today is, are we content to sit back and watch its managed decline under Labour, or do we choose to shape a different future for West Lothian?
Thank you. Councillor Smith. Veronica?
Thank you. I would just like to make a few comments. As a member of the Environment and Sustainability Committee, I'm well aware of the decriminalised parking and pavement parking enforcement. It's hard to believe that it was May 2019, that's nearly 7 years ago, the SNP group put forward DPE as a proposal. It's taken that long for this administration to take this issue seriously and to start the process of implementation, hopefully from 2027. As councillors, we have numerous inquiries about illegal parking, whether in double yellow lines, traffic light zigzags, disabled parking bays, on pavements, and the public are frustrated at the lack of action. 23 out of 32 local authorities in Scotland implement DPE. The City of Edinburgh started way back in 1998 and Glasgow in 1999. So why has it taken this administration so long to implement it? DPE is shown to improve traffic flow and safety, and there is more dedicated enforcement. Better parking supports local businesses, and any revenue from penalty charge notices can be reinvested into roads. Falkirk, a comparable council, implemented DPE in 2018 and had a surplus of almost 290,000 in 2022-23. Just think of all those missed years in West Lothian and how parking could have improved and money invested. Missed opportunity, however, better late than never. I'm pleased to see our amendment will invest more in the voluntary sector. I've seen firsthand the tremendous work that the voluntary sector has contributed to the West Lothian community. The many volunteers that give up their time to make a difference, whether it is supporting the elderly, the young, improving the environment, their work makes a difference. I'm pleased that funding available within this amendment will be increased by 30%. I'm also glad to see the proposal for a feasibility study to identify the best business model for community centres. I know that most communities were not looking forward to the reduced times and increased rental costs of their community centres, so a study that could lead to improved outcome would be welcome. I'm also
30 seconds, Veronica.
Also pleased to see the extra investment in the anti-poverty service with a target to reduce homelessness. Supporting people to ensure that they do not fall into further debt can only be a good thing. I therefore ask that you support the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. I've got one more speaker, Councillor Patel. Oh. Colleagues, after Councillor Patel, within the standing orders and 2-hour rule, I will need to call a break. So I will go for Councillor Patel. Councillor Patel, you have 3 minutes.
Thanks very much. I think it's clear that we all understand the perilous state our finances here in West Lothian are in. We've also heard today the first-hand and incredibly powerful testimony about the real-world impact that decisions we are being forced into making are having on families and young people. And that's why I believe that the motion put forward today does not represent the best we can do for our residents or businesses operating here. Whilst there is a lot to agree with, I welcome the much needed investment in repairing the dreadful state of our roads, the priority given to protecting and enhancing adult social care provision, and the commitment to looking at further increasing council tax on second homes. I believe there is so much more that could have been done here today. There is an apparent lack of urgency in getting decriminalised parking enforcement over the line so we can tackle the illegal parking that is plaguing our town centres. Where is the vision for developing a long-term tourism strategy so that we can capitalise on West Lothian's world-class heritage and assets? And I, like others, will be keenly monitoring the impact of the community centre review. But in my amendment, which nobody will ever hear now, I focused on budget saving measure 06C, which we've already heard about today. The measure that claims that £80,000 will be raised through our country parks and enforcement action. I remain to be convinced about the country park plan, but I suggested that in addition we should look at introducing car parking charges at a rate of 50 pence per vehicle per day. In 2025, approximately 399,000 vehicles visited our 3 country parks, so that's a potential income of £194,000. But I am deeply concerned about the implications of the second part of Measure 06C. As I said at last week's Council Executive, I welcome the introduction of the Litter Prevention Action Plan, say that quickly, but I feel that the policy regarding trade waste has not been sufficiently developed, and I would like to see a working group formed of officers, elected members, representatives from trade waste operators and the business community, with a remit to develop locality-based policies for town centres, retail parks and industrial estates, as well as understanding the challenges faced by both operators and businesses with regards to collection and any potential procurement improvements that could be made. I would like to reiterate that I understand the constraints and challenges faced by local authorities across Scotland
30 seconds,
and
Sally.
of course here in West Lothian. We know that we have now got to make very difficult decisions, but I don't think that we have fully explored every avenue that could potentially generate income. This is, I'm afraid, short-term sticking plaster politics that does nothing to lay the groundwork for future long-term sustainability for the council or our wonderful region as a whole.
Thank you. Colleagues, I'm now understanding orders. I will now be taking a break and I'll be come back with Councillor McKee-Schemmel and Councillor Clark. Colleagues, we'll be back at 3:15. Thank you. finished the last time. So, Moira, you have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Thanks, Provost. I am proud to give my full support to the SNP budget amendment, a budget that puts the people of West Lothian first and one that builds, protects and invests in our communities. This amendment is bold and community focused. It safeguards our community centres, the beating hearts of our towns and villages, keeping them viable, vibrant and accessible. It protects the voluntary organisations whose work delivers enormous social value and genuine financial savings. It secures West Lothian leisure and invests in anti-poverty services that prevent homelessness and support those most in need. It offers a hiatus for parents threatened by the withdrawal of nursery funding while a national review is imminent. Crucially, this amendment looks forward. It embraces practical income-generating ideas from local energy solutions and district heating to expanding registration services. These are smart, modern measures that strengthen our financial resilience rather than manage decline. This isn't a sticking plaster budget. It addresses today's pressures while planning responsibly for tomorrow, ensuring West Lothian remains strong, inclusive and prosperous. The contrast with Westminster could not be clearer. Decades of Labour and Tory mismanagement have underfunded Scotland, increased national insurance and diverted billions elsewhere while our communities struggle. Vulnerable people have been failed, waspy women left behind, pensioners and families squeezed, and harsh immigration plans targeting children and families who just want to contribute. Some of the reasons that the many reasons for Labour's current popularity in polling and the reason that it's falling like snow off the proverbial dyke. And locally, the Labour-Tory administration mirrors that neglect. We continue to pay the price of dubious PFI deals, 21 million in 2020, 2025-26 alone, nearly 19% of all council tax revenue. Community centres are still under threat. Volunteers, skilled, committed, indispensable, are being pushed aside.
30 seconds, Moira.
In my own ward, as a trustee of Murison Development Trust, I saw firsthand the efforts of local people trying to keep the management of their hall in community hands. Watching dedicated volunteers become disillusioned and feel sidelined was very depressing. That's not community wealth building. It undermines trust and weakens local democracy.
Could you sum up, please, Moira?
Okay. Colleagues, the choice is clear. We can continue with cuts in short-term crisis management, or we can back this amendment, a proactive, fair community
Moira, please sum up.
That protects essential services and values volunteers. And
Councillor Clark, thank you. Councillor Clark, followed by Councillor Logue. Pauline?
Thanks, Provost. I'm no longer surprised that administration members of all hues fail to acknowledge that austerity has been the driving force of Westminster economic policy for the last 19 years. Councillors Mannion, Macmillan and Meek mentioned the £203 million cuts since 2007. And that really should not be a surprise to anyone who has taken notice of the economic policies, much of it disastrous, starting with Labour, then the Tories, and now it's Labour again in Westminster. The Scottish Government has had very difficult choices and decisions to make, as do we, but it is important that choices have a minimum impact on our most vulnerable, but also encourage and enable growth and investment. The SNP budget aims to include both of these, unlike Labour's budget, where the only imagination on show appears to be to ask officers to explore areas of income generation. What on earth has this administration been doing for the last 14 years? And in Councillor Fitzpatrick's case, the last 27 years? If they are only realising the potential of income generation now, what on earth have you been doing? The SNP group have had many ideas in the past and continue to do so now, whether it be investment in the marriage suite, the anti-poverty service, DPE, developing a sustainable community centre model, or an energy hub. Scotland is an energy-rich nation, But I'll start that one again. Scotland is energy rich, but Westminster is destroying any potential we have. By working together with relevant stakeholders, we can create a local energy hub that will put West Lothian's energy potential in West Lothian's hands. This has the potential to save this council thousands of pounds on an ongoing basis, enabling us to invest in services for local people. It also has the potential to make considerable savings in energy costs for local people. Please vote for the amendment to ensure a positive change occurs in West Lothian. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Logue, followed by Councillor Damien Doran-Timson.
Thank you.
Danny, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Provost. I'll be supporting the motion by Labour, and I don't think we're going to actually take any lectures on financial management from the SNP. With 9 years of consistent tax freezes, and then 2 further freezes that were capped, it has a detrimental effect on the financial availability of finances to councils and so the Scottish Parliament. The SNP has had many flawed ideas over the years. It has left the Scottish Parliament with severe financial difficulty, which is further enhanced with poor choices, overspending on various schemes which have all been abandoned or have little overspent, and the overspending on civil servants. So I don't take any, as I say, I won't take any advice on the SNP on how to financially manage anything.
Thank you. Councillor Damien Doran-Timson. Damien, you have 3 minutes.
Provost, thank you. I think I preferred it when Frank Anderson wrote the SNP budget. At least it was coherent then. For many years now, sitting where we do in Chambers, Provost, I feel like my group is in a Steelers wheels track with clowns to the left of me and jokers to the right. What must the residents of West Lothian think, if any of them are listening? I welcome the extra funding going into addressing the potholes, which every council in this room has been inundated with emails and phone calls about, and the extra funding into the IJB, which was life-changing funding. And may I remind Council that the SNP COSLA President agreed that the Scottish budget provides only 30% of what was required to manage the pressures in social care. A disgrace from the SNP Scottish Government. Quite simply, the SNP do not care about the people of Scotland. They would risk lives in their senseless quest for independence. It sums up the SNP when the leader here refers to this as pocket money. Well, in recent years, this is an example of where monies have been wasted by the SNP. A 300 million overspend on Barlinnie Prison, £230,000 in legal costs defending their deplorable anti-women GRR bill, 9 million in 1 year on overseas officers, 27.6 million delay in costs on the Scottish census, £6 million on mobile phones for prisoners, 134 million not spent on EU funding projects with the funds being returned to the EU, 52 million prosecuting individuals in the Rangers takeover. I've not even mentioned ferries, iPads and chauffeur-driven cars. What I do welcome is Councillor Orr's correct in correcting Councillor Adamson when she referred to 500 million underspend in the SNP last year, the year before last. You were quite right, Councillor Orr, it wasn't 500 million, it was 738 million, perhaps not the outcome you expected. The SNP in 2025 overspent on welfare 1.3 billion. When you mention these figures, they just sound like big numbers and are hard to quantify, but just think of that again, 1.3 billion just on an overspend on welfare. And in the last decade, Scotland's economic growth lagged behind the UK, which has cost the economy an eye-watering £11 billion. That is what your incompetent government has done.
Same
as the rest of the UK, there would have been an extra income stream to the Scottish public of £11 billion. And Provost, I welcome the Labour Group listening to the concerns from the public via the Conservative Group on West Lothian Council regarding even higher taxes and taking the measure to reduce the proposed council tax that was in the paper. Thank you, Provost.
Thank you. Councillor Paul. George.
Thanks, Chair.
there has been austerity in Scotland that's been caused by the SNP government, never mind Westminster. Was it the Westminster it's called? It's the SNP government. I've just been looking at their housing amendment here. I think they've cut and pasted for some Holyrood magazine because it says nothing, not a thing. But last week, not 2 years ago, 2 motions went through this council on a housing revenue account and a capital investment programme, and they were agreed. So why are the SNP carping again? That's what it is, carp, and do nothing. Austerity has been caused by the SNP, not the Westminster government. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you.
Yes.
Colleagues, before I bring in Councillor Angela Dorn-Timson, Councillor McLennan, you have already been, so you'll not be allowed back in. Angela Dorn-Timson, Angela, you have... Hold on, just make sure everybody's hilarity is all finished. It must be great to laughing at people and nobody ever makes mistakes in here or says anything. I'd love to be perfect like everybody else.
Right.
Councillor Angela Dorn-Timson, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Provost. There's a saying that too many cuts leave a scar in local government. Those scars are not felt in Holyrood, Edinburgh. They are felt across homes in West Lothian. This is so unfair. Since 2007, this council has had to find 185 million in cuts, with nearly 20 million more still to come over the next 2 years. These are not just figures on a spreadsheet. These are teachers not replaced, roads left unrepaired, and care stretched thinner each year. Provost, councillors see it in our infrastructure, councillors see it in the crumbling roads and the growing number of potholes. When roads deteriorate, it's not just an inconvenience, it is cost to families repairing vehicles. It is a risk to cyclists and pedestrians. It is another visible sign of the system stretched beyond what is designed to bear. Councillors are told by the Scottish Government and Holyrood to find efficiencies, but you can't remove 185 million through efficiencies alone, and at some point efficiencies become erosions. Demand is rising, our population is ageing, costs are crumbling, yet funding does not keep pace, and this is all from the SNP Scottish Government. So the responsibility falls here on us, and when I say us, I mean us as councillors and West Lothian Council officers. Councillors are the ones who must make the difficult decisions, increasing council tax, not because it's popular, not because but because it is necessary. Necessary to protect social care, necessary to safeguard our schools, necessary to maintain our roads and infrastructure, necessary to maintain the services our residents rely on. This is not a reckless budget. It is not a political theatre either. It is a responsibility response to harsh reality. That reality comes from the SNP Scottish Government at Holyrood. Our residents don't care about who wins the argument. They care whether their parents receive care, whether their children have support in the classroom, whether their streets are safe, and whether the roads outside their home are fit to drive on. The budget protects what matters most. It protects the vulnerable and it invests where we must. Please support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Conn, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Provost. Councillor Stafford is right. The context is important, and so brevity is best, unlike the amendment. It's a two-faced amendment. A record investment from Westminster and an Edinburgh government claiming it's protecting Scotland, but the cuts are obvious for all to see, except the boasts coming from the opposition benches. They're spending £22.5 billion on health and social care, £17.6 billion for national health services, a £2.3 billion investment in social care. Where does this cash come from? Whisper it. It's London. But you can't acknowledge that's where your record spending's coming from. Sorry, Pauline, but fact's a fact. But let's look at the crisis that's happening in Scotland, in our courts, in our waiting list in the health service. Police Scotland, numbers reducing. This is a success story that the SNP would prefer that we didn't actually remind people off the record. So, social and health care. The reality is West Lothian IJB had £10 million previously clawed from its reserves by Scottish Government. It should not therefore have been unexpected that the IJB happened to recently agree to use its remaining reserves to balance its books. We've now got zero in the budget, in the reserves. I therefore welcome recommendation 7 in the budget paper to include provision for recurring pressures of £2.9 million. This fulfils the expectations set by the Cabinet Secretary that councils will pass across more funding to IJBs than is provided by the Scottish Government. Provost, local council taxpayers are effectively bailing out the Scottish Government. Despite declared local pressures on finances due to an increasing adult and older people requiring social care services, it should not be stressed, however, this doesn't remove other pressures on service delivery. £28 million wasted on a national care service bill, but I'll skip over that because it's only £28 million. Potholes, despite English local authorities being allocated in excess of £1.6 billion to deal with potholes, the Scottish Government passed no increase or barred consequential funding to Scottish local authorities. Clearly, Scottish ministers do not see potholes with the same
30 seconds, Tom.
As the public. Provost, it's ironic that the Cabinet Secretary for Transport is a local MSP who must witness the condition of local roads firsthand. And then we come to St Kent's. 30 years legacy by the SNP getting bestowed on us. £1 million a year for 30 years. Thank you, SNP. But listen about promises. In 2007, they promised to scrap the council tax. We're still
come up, please.
Promises. Fact or fiction? The former, methinks. Thank you, Provost.
Thank you. Councillor Carlin, followed by Councillor Macaulay. Mike, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Provost. Am I switched on?
Yep, that's you.
Yep. Okay, as my colleague said earlier, Scotland is an energy-rich country. We produce an abundance of renewable energy. However, the fact that the national grid was privatised and is based in London, the further away you are from London, the higher your standing charge. So Scotland, producing all this energy, is paying the most for it. The UK's biggest food export was Scottish salmon. The UK's largest drink export was Scottish whisky. And the UK's largest energy export was Scottish oil. Scotland is a very rich country. We produce over 90 billion in revenue each year. But because we're part of the United Kingdom, all that revenue must go down to the UK Treasury. They do a calculation called the Barnett formula, which is getting squeezed even more. We get what's called a block grant back. Sounds like a benefit. It's not. It's Scotland's money. As an energy-rich country, as a wealthy country, imagine what we could do if we were independent. The number of potholes we could fill. Thank you, Provost.
Thank you. Councillor Macaulay. Maria, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Before Scotland was forced to leave the EU in 2020, Scotland received around €783 million in 2014 and 2020 for various structural funds. Now, the UK Labour Government Growth Fund provides £140 million over 3 years for 5 Scottish regions, cutting out rural Scotland. Unlike Wales, where the funding is through the Welsh Government, the Scottish funding comes directly from the UK Government, bypassing the Scottish Government. But I want to focus our future on community centres. These spaces are at the heart of our towns and villages. They're where people meet, where groups gather, where support is offered, and where real community life happens, as we heard from my colleague Andrew Miller talking about the food banks that are there. But we need to ensure they're sustainable and properly managed and able to grow so we can keep funding and helping people that are most vulnerable.
That's why the SNP has proposed conducting a feasibility study into establishing an appropriate third sector organisation to operate community centres. It's so important. A dedicated organisation could bring expertise, flexibility and access to funding streams that are often harder for councils to secure directly. This is not about stepping back, it's about strengthening what we already have. It's about protecting these vital spaces and making sure they thrive for the long term. If we get this right, we can empower our communities, improve services, and create centres that are financially resilient and truly responsible to local needs. Support the SNP amendment.
Thank you. I'm just now going to go straight to Councillor Fitzpatrick. Councillor Tony Boyle, you've not already been in? No. Okay. Councillor Boyle.
Most of what I'm going to say has already been said. Talking about the savings that the cuts that the councils had to make over the years, which was compounded. If you look at that 186 million pounds, that doesn't take into consideration the loss that would have been there had we been able to increase council tax, which was frozen. The £10 million clawback from the IJB has already been mentioned. The £2.9 million this year and next year being additional funding going into the IJB only manages to take the sting off some of the cuts that the IJB is still going to have to make. It was mentioned earlier on in one of the other speeches about honesty in politics. When I think that, I think of the ferry that was launched through in Glasgow, where they actually painted the windows on it to make it look good in the public's eyes when it was getting launched. A lot of honesty in there, wasn't there? The £15 million we're going to have to find if the Scottish Government doesn't give any money towards St Kentigern's. And the one that's in our council ward, Winchborough Station, we're still waiting on the funding for that. I can remember going to a community council meeting in Winchborough, probably about 2015, saying that the station had been approved. By chance, it had been approved, then spoke about it that night at the meeting. And I was told, of course, it's going to be done. Angela Constance has said it's going to happen. And that was like 15 years ago. So I am going to support the amendment. Sorry, a motion. Okay, yes.
Thank you.
Nice try.
Okay, I know it's going to be a long day and we're all mad if we just move on. Thank you. Councillor, let me just check. Councillor Boyle, have you already been in? No, I've not got you on my list. No, Councillor Boyle, sorry, Willie.
Thanks, Chair. Well, here we have it. Labour Tory administration budget. Lacks vision. Just lacks vision. No wonder it's the blind leading the blind. Support the amendment.
Thank you. Now, I've got a day. Okay, if we can move on with the meeting, I'm going to invite Councillor Fitzpatrick to sum up. Councillor Fitzpatrick, you have 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Provost. Our budget is to stabilise services and to care for ordinary working people. We were minded at the beginning to back what the officer said at 8.4, but we listened across the aisle and came to 7.4, all on the understanding that the budget contingency transfer of £1 million was sustainable. We want to keep all our services local, all our jobs local, and the contracts which flow to the private sector local. When I looked at, I'd like to focus on the SNP budget proposals. Cessation of elected members' disbursement. There are many small voluntary organisations and charities and gala day committees that desperately need that and rely on it. And I know there are councillors in the SNP group that agree wholeheartedly with me, but they are bound by their group leader. On the cessation of the bulletin publication, this goes to every door. I can tell you pensioners love it. I've been at staff rooms in schools where teachers who live out with the area say, this is superb, I wish our council did it. But here we are cutting back on information which is coming out. And it's part of the SNP mindset and the record of secrecy. And we know that secrecy going on every day in the press and on Scottish television news. Refusing the Information Commissioner, ordering them to release certain information, going to court to justify that decision. But they've no interest in justice because the police and the justice service is struggling. Our prisons are bursting at the seams. But let's turn again to what they're proposing. Feasibility studies. Feasibility studies. We, way back in 2012, scrapped the use of outline consultants. Let's look at the feasibility study to consider energy efficiency measures, to do the civic centre, St John's Hospital, etc. If the hot water was available, goodness knows where it would come from, but if it was available, you would need a massive pumping station, you would need a massive piping network. You're talking tens and tens of millions of pounds. I can recall some years ago, we had a report from officers on this very issue. On community facilities, many people have spoken to me, and once they realise what the situation is, it's a non-statutory service. It is unacceptable that management committees keep all the income and you, the council taxpayers, meet all the costs. And we'll have to move to a stable situation where that just cannot continue. Looking at this modernisation fund, you're reading it. It needs to be retained. And if you looked at page 127 on the statement of the general fund balance and other reserves, it's absolutely clear. The Accounts Commission, advice to every council in Scotland, not just West Lothian, that in order to fundamentally transform service delivery to ensure ongoing financial stability, you need to keep that money, you need to invest it. We'll be moving forward into AI, we're caught up with it. We need to do it. You don't rate it for feasibility studies and in the case of anti-poverty service, 2 fixed-year terms. Our housing service is actually doing that situation at the moment. They're carrying it out. And as regards the investment registration service, a better scenario for weddings. I've been there. It's lovely. And a friend of mine going through his, I can't remember if it was second or third marriage, but he thought it was wonderful. But moving back to St Ken's, it is the case. Councillor Maguire is...
Sorry, colleagues. As I said, there seems to be some jokes again that maybe we can all join in.
Councillor Maguire and I were there when Ms Gilruth, the Education Secretary, attended St Ken's, and she said it was the worst she had ever seen, and that she gave us an assurance that this money of this 15 million should be provided, and she would press the Cabinet Secretary to do so. I was thinking back, billions of pounds in Barnett formulas has been passed on to the Scottish Government. Very little has passed down to us in local authorities. I was just thinking, I'd spared a little cash.
Patrick, can you sum up, please?
I'd spared a little cash for voluntary organisations. Perhaps I could have bought 1 or 2 camper vans to take poor children on a nice weekend holiday. Support the motion.
Colleagues, can we go straight to the vote, please? Leslie, please.
Thank you, Provost. The vote will be undertaken electronically. There are 33 votes to be cast.
There is the motion by Councillor Fitzpatrick. That is your yes button. There is the amendment by Councillor Campbell. That is your no button. And there is a third button there for abstain. Please cast your votes.
Councillor McLennan, you've not voted yet? Okay, no problem at all. Just take your time. Would you like someone to come over? Another? Andrew, please. That's all members voted. Leslie?
Thank you, Profess. There are 17 votes for the motion, 15 votes for the amendment, and 1 vote for abstain. The motion is carried.
Thank you. That takes us on to our next item on the agenda, which is item 7, Corporate Asset Management Strategy and General Services Capital Investment Programme, 2026-27 to 32-33, and I'll pass over to Alistair. I maybe wait till colleagues just take a seat. Okay, colleagues, please, we're still conducting council business. If there is any conversations, can we take them outside? Thank you, Alistair. Over to yourself. Thank you.
Thank you, Provost. This report presents the updated General Services Capital Investment Programme for the period 26-27 to 32-33 and asks members to approve both the revised investment plans and the updated capital funding position. I'll give a brief overview of the programme and the factors shaping its development. The updated programme proposes £145.7 million of capital investment over the remaining 7 years of the Council's 10-year capital strategy. This investment continues to be structured around the Council's 4 asset categories: property, roads and related assets, open space and ICT. Despite a highly constrained capital environment, the programme continues to focus on supporting essential service delivery, maintaining statutory compliance across the estate and prioritising assets that are critical to frontline services. A key factor in this update is the reduction in capital funding available to the Council. As reported to Council Executive in February, the general capital grant for 26-27 is £1.7 million lower than previously budgeted, and capital allocations to councils are expected to fall in real terms across the spending review period. The programme therefore reflects the reality that available resources are significantly below the level of identified need. Within this financial context, the updated programme proposes £73.6 million for property assets, including investment in the school estate, statutory compliance and projects such as Craigshill Primary, new community facilities in Stonyburn and the Young Persons Supported Accommodation Project. £37.5 million for roads and related assets, supporting maintenance of roads, footways, bridges, lighting and flood prevention, with a focus on managing condition and risk within constrained resources. £19.4 million for open space assets, and £15.3 million for ICT. Capital resources to fund the programme total £145.7 million, comprising Scottish Government grant, borrowing, capital receipts and developer contributions. Council remains at the upper limit of affordability, and any significant reduction in resources will therefore require corresponding adjustments to the programme, and will keep this under continuous review. The programme continues to comply with the CIPFA Prudential Code and the Council's established governance arrangements to ensure effective oversight and control. Provost, in summary, the capital programme today reflects both the scale of demand across the Council's asset base and the financial constraints facing the organisation. Prioritises essential investment, maintains statutory compliance and supports the long-term sustainability of the estate within a prudent and affordable framework. Members are invited to consider and approve the updated investment programme and the associated funding for 26-27 to 32-33. My colleagues and I will be happy to take questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions. Councillor Angela Dorn-Timpson. Angela?
Thank you, Provost. It's page 12, Winchborough Community Facilities Developer Contribution. So another year we have 700k in the capital investment for Winchborough Community Facilities. However, we have no sign of these being utilised. So can officers explain what are the plans to use these funds? Thank you, Provost.
Craig, thank you.
Thank you, Provost. As Councillor sets out, this is a developer-funded fund for community facilities in Winchborough. It's essentially contributions towards libraries or the provision of library facilities, which are set out in the legal agreement for the Winchborough Core Development Area. And the reason it's in for the profile that's set there is that that's when the obligations become payable through the Section 75 agreement. What I can say, Provost, is that in recognition that the contributions are becoming payable, that they're reaching the trigger in the agreement. The developer has recently contacted myself and colleagues in planning to start negotiations in terms of how that money might be delivered, or that money might be spent within the community. It may be that will be delivered in a way that is different than we had previously anticipated. So, for example, they've asked us if there will be the option to have community delivery of a facility there. These are very early negotiations and discussions, and we'll certainly keep local members updated in terms of progress with those negotiations and discussions, Provost. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Any further questions? Councillor Damien Dorn-Timpson.
Thanks. Yeah, thanks, Provost. Like the rest of Scotland and the UK, it's the council's requirement to become net zero. We talked about the last paper about £20 million that have been given to the council to put into this fund. Given the constraints on capital funding, are we able to, and do we want to put any funding on top of that 20 million into this project?
Was it Alistair? I don't know.
So, Provost, the capital budget set out is at the upper limit of what can be afforded. Any additional funding or spend would carry revenue consequences because the capital grant is fully deployed. As mentioned previously, the 20 million allocation that Councillor Damien Dorn-Timpson refers to remains to be clarified with the Scottish Government, at which point we will be able to provide further detail, but any further spend would carry affordability constraints.
Thank you for that, Alistair. Much appreciated and welcome. Given the underfunding that you've mentioned that we're now getting the Scottish Government on capital, what are the potential outcomes? And I'm talking about if, we had the RAC that we didn't expect a few years ago. What are the potential outcomes if we need to put more money into this that we don't have? What will this leave our estate? And what is the potential to leave our estate in?
Alistair?
So I can comment generally on that. The capital programme set out in the paper outlines what can be delivered within the available resources. We will be keeping a close watch on the outworkings of the spending review. So at the moment, we've got indicative allocations from the spending review. We don't have confirmed allocations for each year. So we need to understand what that means. We need to ensure that we are undertaking prioritisation, and we're looking at measures as flagged in the report along the lines of extending the life of assets, preserving as far as possible, making sure that we're making best use of. But it does constrain the level of funding that can be invested. I suppose it'd be helpful also for members to be aware, so local government had 11.3% of total Scottish Government funding in 25-26. Looking at the analysis from the Scottish Fiscal Commission, that reduces to 9.2% in 26-27, and is maintained broadly at that level over the course of the spending review period. So the prioritisation for local government is set out in the spending review. The outworkings of that in detail need to be addressed by us each year, and there needs to be continued prioritisation. So our initial assessment of that is what's in the paper before members today. More detail on that will follow in due course.
Thank you, Alistair.
Thank you. Councillor Stafford. Pauline.
Thanks, Provost. I've just got a quick question. On page 4, the 330,000 for the purpose-built gym facility at Excite. I just wondered, the council will forward fund it. Is that from our capital budget or from borrowing? And what are the repayment arrangements for that?
Alistair.
So that's managed within the overall capital programme for the council. So we've agreed to that funding to be provided to West Lothian Leisure. That will form part of the West Lothian Leisure's investment and return on investment. So we've paid close consideration to the business case for that investment, the payback period, the return on investment that delivers, and that supports the operating operating case that West Lothian Leisure have put forward to us. So we're content with the business case. We've made that investment, and it's managed overall within our capital programme.
Councillor Patel. Sally?
Yeah, I've just got 2 really quick questions. The first one is on page 11 and possibly page 12, but really just page 11. And it's about the roof replacement and repair at Linlithgow Academy. I thought that was developer funded.
Yeah. Anybody who's taken that one? Greg?
Provost, yeah, happy to respond on the principle of developer funding.
Yep.
Developer funding can't generally be used for repairs. It can only be used for extensions or enhancement of facilities, but repairs are not something that are the responsibility of a developer, so we would not be able to fund those through developer contributions.
Thank you. Ali, did you have another question?
I do, and it's for Craig, so hooray. It's about the Winchborough railway station. There was a big splash in the paper recently saying, it's definitely happening. There's no mention of it anywhere in the budget. Is that because it's just not ready yet? We don't have any details? Can you expand? Thank you.
Provost, the council is not funding the railway station, so it wouldn't appear in the capital programme. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Meek. Craig?
Thanks very much, Provost. In terms of the maintenance of roads, in particular C-class roads, I don't see the C27 listed, but a recent report to the LAC had suggested that large sections of the C27 would need to be resurfaced to tie into the AIP programme on the B7008. Is there any update on that? Thank you.
David, Gordon.
Thank you, Chair. The B7008 will be constructed very soon. That's the bit over Harburn Bridge. There's a road closure coming in shortly, so that road maintenance on that section will be done this financial year.
Craig?
And will the resurfacing on the C27 happen this financial year as well?
In terms of the C27, Provost, that will possibly be happening next financial year, albeit it's not in this report, but I can get back to the officers with that.
Craig? Okay. Any other questions? There's no questions to the report. Do we have any comments? Councillor Damien Don-Timpson. Damien?
Thanks, Provost. I understand why we in this chambers and the public out there are more concerned about the revenue budget and all that goes on in there. But I really do have a fear over the capital programme that we have on the council due to the funding that we don't receive, I suppose, or than we do receive. Buildings out with our control, we see the state of them, like of this Calder medical practice, things that are out with our control. And I have this fear that our council assets will also be heading down that road of poor conditions just because of the funding that we have here. And we have nothing, no extra for anything else that may happen or may not happen to our buildings. There's nothing in there at all. And at best, we're treading water with our buildings, and at best, our estate will deteriorate a little bit slower than maybe the worst case scenario. So I've got a real fear here, and I do hope that the council, when they represent West Lothian at COSLA, push them to keep pushing for more funding to come into the capital programme for the West Lothian Council. Thank you.
Thanks, Damien. Thank you. Any further comments? There's no further comments. Are we happy to agree the report? Thank you. Colleagues, that takes us to item 8, which is a Treasury Management Plan for 2026-27. And Alistair, go to yourself again. Thank you.
Thank you, Provost. The Treasury Management Plan for 26-27 sets out how the Council will manage its borrowing, investments and cash flow to support delivery of the capital programme, while effectively managing risks and associated costs. It aligns with the Sit for Prudential Code, the Treasury Management Code of Practice and the Scottish Government regulations, ensuring our approach continues to meet required professional standards. The plan details the Council's projected capital expenditure for the year and sets out the prudential indicators that demonstrate the affordability and long-term sustainability of our capital investment. It also confirms the Council's policy on the statutory repayment of loans fund advances. In terms of Treasury activity, the plan sets out our current debt position, the indicators that manage and limit Treasury risk, and our expectations for interest rates over the coming year. It also outlines our borrowing strategy and our approach to debt rescheduling and investment, ensuring decisions remain both prudent and cost-effective. Overall, the plan provides a robust and prudent framework for managing the Council's Treasury activities in 26-27, supporting sound financial management and enabling the delivery of the Council's wider corporate and financial objectives. Happy to take questions. Thank you.
Thanks, Alistair. Let's see if you've generated any questions. Any questions? Councillor Damien Don-Timpson. Damien?
Yeah, just one. On page 13, Alistair, if we look at the actual external debt, do we know how that compares to other years?
Alistair?
Provost, I don't have a comparison to previous years to hand, but I'm happy to circulate that after the meeting.
That's lovely. Thank you. Colleagues, any further questions? There's no questions. Any comments? No comments. I'd be happy to agree the report. Thank you. Colleagues, that takes us to the end of our meeting. I'd like to thank everyone for their attendance, and in particular I would like to thank our officers here today for their participation and help and information, particularly our colleagues from finance. Thank you.